Shut up and sit down.
We're live. Hello, gang. Colin
They're in the
here.
car.
They're in the car, he says. Colin here, Festa 67's workshop. And I'm joined by Fox, the model making guru, and the delectable Cy Reynolds. How you doing, gents?
How come he gets delectable and I get nothing?
Why? Because you're a princess and Cy's a profesh. First things first,
Damn
folks. If you'd like to help support this channel, you can do so by heading over to patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or you can click the join button on this or any of my other videos and become a channel member. You could do the same for Fox at patreon.com/modelmakingguru, or click the join button on his channel, and as you can see tickering along the bottom, that will give you access to the Zoom off-air 24/7 hangout as a perk for being a patron or a channel member of either Fox or myself. If you want to get our attention in the chatlings, you can by doing an @Festa67's workshop, an @modelmaking guru, or an @Cy Reynolds. Or if you can choose to do so, you can hit the $ and get yourself a sexy super chat with a bit of air guitar, and it all helps support the channel and keep the content coming, folks.
And as an extra bonus, if you do a super chat, you get a puffing kiss.
There you go. So yeah, professional, says Eric, he's a bit of a stretch. Absolutely. So I'm just going to have a quick scroll, Leakins, to see who we got in the chat.
Hello, people in chat.
We have myself and Dave in. Dave was in. He's off to bed now, saying hello.
Hello, Dave.
We've got the man
Hello,
with the best
Dave.
model
Good night,
making
Dave.
beard. Marcus Brun is in.
Sergeant Rex. Captain Rex. Sergeant Rex.
Absolutely. Ross is in. Scale Model Ninja, saying hello, as is James. JC Bricks and Builds. Jeff is in, saying hello, Festa Foxx, Cy, and everyone in chat. Hello, Jeff. Candygram for Mongo.
Jeff.
Hello, Jeff.
Our very own old Sagan.
If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe. That was a terrible impression. I didn't do
Mate,
very well.
works for me. Paul's in, Scale Modelling Chaos.
Paul.
August, are we calling him Augustine? He's got to have a girl's name, ain't he, for the month? Yeah, Augustine will do.
Floella. Oh, no, it's got to be
Yeah.
a month later, doesn't it?
Eric's in, Twisted
I
Rail.
think we could go with Gertrude.
Yeah, Gertrude works. Jeff Light is in, saying hi, Colin Fox, and sign everyone in the chat. As is Kevin Stevens
Hello.
saying hello, and Ross saying hello to
Hello.
Kevin. So there you go, folks. So how you all been in the chat? Belly and bench is a roll. So what's in the belly? What's on the bench? And what is your beverage of choice? And Fox and Cy missed you for the last couple of weeks, folks, because we haven't been
It's
streaming.
been rubbish. It's been rubbish.
Because it's been a bit nuclear, mate, isn't it? We've all been sweating in places we shouldn't be even thinking we got places.
As my hometown alumnus would say, it's been bobbins. It's been absolute rubbish.
Yeah.
Too warm to paint. Then when the temperatures came back, I was tied up doing stuff for Mama Fox. So
Yeah,
but I got back into it now. We're
Yeah.
back now. We're back now.
absolutely. We certainly are.
Yeah. How are you doing, Colin Wilkinson?
I'm
Festa
all right,
67's
mate.
workshop.
I'm fine and dandy, mate. I've been fiddling and twiddling me fingers because
Steady.
I'm itching to go. But yeah. Scale Modelling Chaos says Gertrude. Cheers for that, Si. Gertrude it is then.
Gertie. Dirty Gertie.
PJ's in, saying evening, morning. Colin Fox and everyone in chat. Hello, geez. How
Hey,
you
Paul.
doing? So yeah, we've primed our stompers, Fox, haven't we, mate?
We certainly have. And you can tell it's painting time because I've got my painting mat
Yeah.
out. I've done mine stealth
What a tart.
stomper.
A
Can you see it?
painting, Matt. What a tart.
I know he's
Well, I've got
he's such a girl, isn't he?
no, I've got a lot of dry brushing to do now and messy stuff. I don't want to get it on my nice. These are like 20 quid a pop. These mat. I don't want to buy another cutting mat.
Yeah, I'm getting a couple, so I don't really care. Have you got your little apron over your leggykins and the tea towel to stop
I
any
bet you-
stinky spillage?
Spinkies. What's a spinky?
Spinkies on you, yeah, spillage. Yeah, I'm surprised you ain't got gloves on, mate.
I will in a minute. No, I won't. No, I'm just putting this down so I don't get paint all over my cutting mat because this is my.
Yeah, I can't
Neat
balance a
cutting
cutting mat on these because these are bulgy, aren't they? And
I don't know how that happens. I don't know. That must be heat. That must just be warm.
It's because Cole's lifting the desk with his third leg, isn't it?
Steady now.
Hey, sorry, they don't call me Thud for nothing, mate. Moving on. I've got a grot tank.
Right,
as well.
tripod. Oh, grot tank.
So yeah, it's Stompa Painty times, and we're both sitting here before we go live, going, where are we going to start?
Yeah. Well, what are you going to start on yours, Carl? What's your plan?
I'm just going to do random base contrasts on the panels to start with, on a few places, and sort of work me way out, and then do like chipping, edge and bits of rust and detritus towards the end. So for me, it's just
chipping.
Going to be getting some of the main coloured panels done, and then probably next week do the metals, all the different coppers, brasses, bronzes, or whatever you want to call it. So
awesome.
Yeah, which probably means I get about 2 panels painted, because
this is going to take us months. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it's had its bit of primer and all of that. So yeah, I've got to start with some contrasts just to see how they look and work my way up.
I'm taking a slightly different tack on mine.
The new contrast, Colin.
Yes.
Nice.
He does now actually own every single contrast paint in the range.
I know. I'm sad, aren't I?
Yeah. So I'm taking a slightly different approach, whereas Colin's done like priming and pre-shading on his, because he's going to use the transparent contrasts. So you've got that nice highlight and low light on your panels.
Commonly
I've got a different
known
way.
as the slap chop method.
Slap chop method. Why a slap chop method?
I don't know. That's what the bloke calls it.
The bloke? I don't like this bloke.
Well, it's probably because when you're dry brushing, it sounds a bit like a flip flop, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like you beat the devil out of it.
You're basically putting you're using contrast slightly different to what they're designed in a way. You're putting such a thin coat on that most of what is underneath will pop through. So
you're doing a glaze?
Yeah, basically. You're almost, that's the word. I couldn't think of the word, mate.
Yeah.
But that's what contrasts are, really, isn't it?
Yes, that's what they are. They're
highly
glazes.
pigmented glazes.
Yeah, so I just thought I'd give it a try. If it don't work, then I'll just cry for a bit and then paint it differently. We'll see what happens.
Well, I'm going to take a different approach. As you can see, I primed mine black, apart from this one bit that I primed grey for some, I don't quite know why. I primed mine black. I've primed the dudes Mechanica standard grey because they're going to be painted. All the dudes are on little bases, so I can paint them. I primed mine black because what I'm going to do first is do a massive dirty grey dry brush coat of various different rusty brown colours.
Yeah. So
I'm going to paint everything rust, basically, and then I'll build up colours on top of that. So I'll paint the metallic bits, I'll paint panels where there's paint. I'm going to have a lot of chipping to hand paint. Yeah. I could use some chipping fluids and stuff if I wanted to, but I think I'll just stick to hand painting paint on top of the rust. Instead of like we normally paint the rust chips on top of the colour, I'm going to paint the colour chips on top of the rust.
Yeah, you're doing it in reverse, basically, flipping it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm basically doing what you're doing if you use chipping fluid, but without the chipping fluid. I'm doing it the stupid way.
Because the Stompa's such a big canvas, you can get away with doing it. Oh.
It's also an easier way of having lots of rusty panels mixed in with, because otherwise I'd have to paint little panels rusty and then try and do dry brushing on them without getting them on. So if I just do all that messy stuff first, then I could probably cover the whole thing in paint and have like 2 or 3 panels. But
absolutely.
At least it's there.
Eric's just put in a $20 super chat. Keep up the great work, he says. Enjoy your air guitar there, Eric, mate.
Air guitar.
Many thanks.
Big thankings. I'll have to move the iPad.
Should be on screen now. Phil East is in saying hello, as is Retro Rabbit. How do, mate? Hope you're doing
hello, Phil
right.
East.
Has anyone else sneaked in? Let's just quickly check. No.
Kajit welcomes you to the stream, peeps.
So, yeah, that's what we're up to. So,
yeah. Well, I shall very quickly move my microphone so I can open my drawer of happy colours.
Happy days.
And I will need to go through my browns.
JC.
Drawer of browns.
JC Bricks and Builds, belly, sausage and beans, mashed potato and crispy chicken strips, bench, mock-ups, Babylon 5 and Mock Red Dragon. The head for his tomorrow's stream and his beverage is Pepsi.
Babylon 5 there. Never liked Babylon 5. Right, I'm just going to use a small number of rusty colours.
Yeah.
I think.
Where is it? There it is. one of
And what I might do is, once I've got all the rust base coat down, I'll do some bits with like a bit of an orange shade, like Fuegan orange or something, just to make some of them really rusty. And I'll do lots of rust effects later, but this is just to get a base coat.
Yeah.
And this requires the biggest, dumbest brush I can find, basically.
Just use your head then.
Oh, it's so funny. Oh, it's so funny. Oh,
That was a really evil laugh, Colin. That was like a maniacal cackle.
Yeah. Schadenfreude. He always goes well for Schadenfreude. Twat.
I've missed you for 2 weeks, so I've got it. It's all built up, you know.
Yeah. You can see a doctor. You can give you pills for that now, you know.
Yeah.
Actually, I think Jacaro orange is a bit. It's a bit lame. Mrs. W, they're taking the mickey out of me. Help me, Mrs. Workshop.
Have you got dried bark?
No, I keep taking the pills for that. I think I have actually.
If you've got it, you want it because it's like think Rhinox hide, but with more red in it.
I thought I had dried bark. I've got Rhinox hide, of course.
Well, if you haven't got dried bark, you can always put like an orange, mix like a little bit of orange with it and red.
Mix.
Yes, dear.
This is the slap it on dry brush coat. We don't do mixing in this.
Listen, you claim to be a guru, so a guru can mix up paint.
I'm a guru that's put a load of paint in the bottom drawer in this thing, and the drawer won't come out. God damn it!
He's a guru. He's something.
My bottom drawer won't slide out.
A guru of Muppetism.
Yeah. Kevin Stevens.
Oh, there we go.
Kevin Stevens says belly was cotton chips with chip shop curry sauce. Dessert was apple pie and beverage. Jeff Light says Si not turning on his camera. I think Si still hasn't got his camera set up.
Si is also not in any state to be on a camera.
Oh,
the other reason is,
yeah.
If Si showed his work on camera, we would just put ours in a little box and burn it.
Well, mine is all grey at the moment.
Yeah, but it still looks vastly better than ours.
Well,
oh, yeah.
Foxx, you should.
At the moment.
Edward says, Foxx, you should have primed it in Mr. Surface of 1500 mahogany. That would require using an airbrush, which I really can't be arsed doing.
Yeah, yeah.
This is rattle can outside. So, I'll tell you what. Last year we had our old garage demolished, but we left the walls in place. So, like the left, right, and back wall. The front doors have gone. There's no roof. And I'll tell you what, it makes a great spraying area outside because there's no wind. It blocks all the wind. Twisted Rail Hobby says, Belly, pork chop, sweet corn and mac and cheese bench. It's been so long I need a GPS to find it.
I had mac and cheese tonight.
You did Kevin Stevens, didn't you?
I did, mate, yeah.
Yep, you did. Philly says his belly is a KFC boneless banquet. Bench is Space Marines, as he's run out of orcs.
How can you run out of orcs?
Yeah, that's an emergency situation now.
Yeah,
we'll have to get the UN involved in that one.
Yeah.
Scale Modern Chaos says, I know I'll say that again. As I know, we all love our food. I have just found out Iceland will be selling baked bean-filled hash browns from next month.
So going on the list.
There may be a slight trouser balls going on right now.
No, that sounds disgusting.
Not to me.
Wrong on every level.
Yeah, but we are working class buffoons side of us. That's a free
we're not Southern Ponces. Colin's
like,
partly Southern, but I wouldn't say you're a Southern Ponce.
You clawed that one back well.
Yeah.
These days, Aldi sells Wagyu steak. Fun fact.
They do. I've had Wagyu steak from Aldi. It's quite poor, actually. Rabbit says, Bella undecided.
Why was it poor? Did you cook it?
No, because I've had Wagyu from other places and it's been much better. It's a bit tasteless from Aldi.
Did you cook it from Aldi?
Yeah, but I did with the other stuff. I got some. We've had some. Okay. I had some from M&S. I've had some from a local butcher who does weird meats from time to time. And the Aldi stuff just didn't have much flavour to it. Belly Undecided.
I've not tried it, I just know they do it, so...
It's really nice. Retro Rabbit says, Belly Undecided, going to order something. Bad memories of the anchovy pizzas are returning. I like anchovies. Bench Lego Atari 2600 50th anniversary set.
Oh, nice.
Right, I'm going to do some work, so shut up.
I like the way he says that.
Right, so I'll need a lot of kitchen roll. I may have to go and get another kitchen roll.
He says he's going to do some work. I guarantee he won't even have finished the dry brushing.
PJ Lewis has just got a bit of SpongeBob because he's upgraded his membership to Festa's friend. Thank you very much, Paul. Massively appreciated, buddy.
He upgraded his membership on mine earlier on today.
Yeah.
He's having a very good day. He's
Absolutely.
having a very, very good day.
Means
I knew we liked him for a reason.
I
knew we liked him for a reason. It is much appreciated.
Are you using those 2 tan colours for rust blocks?
I'm going to use a mix. Well, I'm going to start off by doing Rhinoxide, and then I'll splatter over it, like I'll stipple over it various red and yellowy brown shades. So I've got like Scrag Brown, Towelite Ochre, Zamisi Desert. I might not use Ungor Flesh.
Are they not way too light for rust?
Well, it depends. Only if you use them in little bits. Most of it will be like that. You have to remember, rust isn't always orange, and I am going to use some, when I can find it, some Fuegan orange as well. To put
I've
some
just
bits.
never seen tan coloured rust.
Well, it's in little bits. It kind of adds to it. Trust me.
All right.
I know. I'm a doctor. I know what I'm doing.
He's a guru, you know.
I know at least 3 things about rust.
All right, hit me.
2 things and 1 other thing. There you go.
Side note: the missus had heard that, and she has just hit me. So yeah.
I'm so glad it's not just me that happens to.
Hello, Mrs. Si.
Hello, Mrs. Si. You're looking well.
Fox says hello. You can ignore him. Colin says hi. You need to give him a hug.
Hello, Mrs. Si.
Cool. There you go. She sends you hugs, Cole.
Right now, most important to have a box of old brushes and for proper stippliness, a real stiff old brush.
Yeah.
Hello, Mama Fox.
And obviously you've got to have your painting mat on the bench, ain't you? Because you know.
I'm a bad man.
This is going to get messy. Of course, I need my painting.
I'm a bad man.
Oh,
why? What have you done?
Well, you said, and a really stiff old brush, and then you said hello to your mother.
Oh, you're a bad man. I'll tell her that. She'll come and beat you up.
Do you notice, Si, how I've just left you exposed on that one, mate?
Yeah, it was for the best. It was for the best.
Bad man.
Da, da, da. Shaking, shaking, shaking. Let's get on with the... Oh, I need my water pot. Oh, there, it's over there. Yeah, I've got a cup full of old brushes, because these come in great for dry brushing and such shenanigans. But this isn't going to be dry brushing. It's going to be really just craziness stippling. That's not really the right brush to start. I need to just get brown.
Oh, the entire Stompa build, though, isn't it, is just crazy, mate.
It's just... Basically, here's a load of paint.
It's total insanity. No matter which angle you look at it, it is just...
This is basically going to be silly time. Now, there are some bits I'm not going to rust, like this bit round the neck here.
Yeah.
And some of these like little sort of like hammer-beaten panels. I'm not going to do any rust painting on them because they're going to be painted silver and then have rust effects on them because that's a different kind of rust. So, but I'm going to try not to get paint on them. Probably will, but... So this, I'm not even dry brushing this. I'm just literally stippling it on. Take a bit off, I suppose.
Remember with those contrasts as well, Cole?
Yes.
Like, try and be really smooth with your brush strokes. Like, don't fondle the paint. Once it's down, leave it.
Yeah, don't go over it.
I noticed that on that back one.
Yeah, don't go over the paint again. Oh, this ladder, I'm going to have to break this ladder off because every time I move it back, it's bending. It's doing my head in. I can see it snapping off at some point. If I want to, it's quite frustrating.
That's why I never glued mine on, mate.
Yeah, I may just have to break it off and be done with it.
Yeah, it's there in the bag.
You're in the bag. Do
you remember on the last stream I said I'm not going to glue that on because I'm that clumsy, I'll keep knocking it off.
Dude, I don't know what I did yesterday. Never mind, like 3 weeks ago.
So, Fox, what's in your belly this evening?
What's in my belly was
tell me the crime against food.
House special udon.
Okay.
I'm just gonna cut this ladder off because I don't even like it. I'm just gonna get rid of it. I've decided.
If you cut it in like an orky way, it will just look like it's in disrepair anyway.
Yeah.
Like leave a couple of rungs.
I mean, like. Oh, that was not supposed to be like that. It broke off in completely the wrong place, and now it just looks garb. I'll just cut it off. It was supposed to be all like. It was supposed to look like the rungs were supposed to go like that, and it just screw it. I don't care. It was pissing me off.
Started you mean to carry on, dear?
Yeah. Now I can do. See, now I can do that, and I can paint. I can do things. Stuff getting in my way. It's like the number of times I've nearly snapped it off when I was priming it and stuff. It's like, oh.
This is a definite wibble.
Sounds really like it's side, doesn't it?
Not at all. Not at all. Like my stippling technique, it's just called slap that shit on.
It's called winging it, is it?
Yep. Unfortunately, it's dark brown on black, which means I can't actually really see what I'm doing. Under lights.
Is this going to be round 2 of your used 2 paints and they both look the same? Oh, shouldn't I mention that?
Shut up. We're not talking about that. Although, to be fair, I was filming it, so I will actually hold my hands up to it in the video and say, yeah, I screwed that up, so I'm just going to dry brush this instead. Yeah. I'm not so proud that I can't show on video when I make a mistake.
We make the mistake so that others don't have to.
We make mistakes because there's not much choice to doing otherwise, really.
To be fair, though, Fox, if you were too proud to never show mistakes, you never put out videos. But I guess that's why you don't upload everything like for 6 months at a
such
time.
Such a bitch. Maximum bitch. Set bitch to full.
It's been a while, Si. Well spotted, mate.
Activate bitch drive, full beans ahead. Hello.
Yep, indeed.
God.
You know, when you finish this dry brush, it's just going to look like a massive turd. Especially when it's just...
I shall name it Simon.
Don't hold back, will you?
Well, it will, because it's... Rhinox hide is like...
Yeah, it's poop coloured.
It? Like,
it is.
It's just going to look like a massive shit. Yeah. Or like a massive walnut whip, because of its shape.
Walnut whip, that's it, yeah.
Ooh, walnut whip. Get in. This is where you really want a bigger pot of paint, really, because...
Yeah. Or like a 1-inch brush.
Yeah.
Beat the devil out of it. No, wait.
Yeah. 10 XP for Bob Ross quote.
Yeah. Because I'm slapping it on. I mean, not slapping it on, because I'm stippling it on. The good thing is that I still have lots of black bits showing, so... Oh, morning, Vicky.
I haven't had a walnut whip in ages.
I haven't actually, and now I really want one. Twat.
Yeah, same. You've got to eat them in one as well, haven't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You can't take like 2 bites out of a walnut whip.
No, that's sacrilege, mate. It's got to be proper Shaggy Rogers out of Scooby-Doo on the tongue in, done.
Shaggy.
Wooby wooby woo.
Yeah, don't ever do this with good brushes, folks, because this will just destroy your brushes. Make sure you're doing this with ganky old brushes.
Yeah, I made sure that the broken toe brushes were put firmly away.
Yes.
Yeah, hide them.
La 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 la. Wow, Si's got his bitchy pants on tonight, says Scale Modelling Chaos.
Good for him, mate. I like Si when he's in bitchy.
It's not often he wears pants, so, you know.
I've always got my bitchy mood on.
It's funny.
Also, I've reduced the nicotine in my vape in the last week.
Oh.
So I'm like I'm in a right mood.
You're in feisty mood, are you?
Pretty much, yeah.
You know what you should do is just not do anything.
Is that in a concerted effort to cut down, Si, or is it just that you've run out?
No, I just want to cut down. Like, I know deep down that vaping is still not exactly great for my lungs, and like, there's still obviously.
Hello, Mama Fox.
vapes have only really been on the market for like 8 to 10 years now.
Yeah, it's early
So
days, isn't
there's
it?
no like long-term research of atomized propylene glycol or vegetable
I
glycerin.
mean, you are going to die basically from it, but you know, it's going to kill you.
Yeah, but everyone's going to die.
Let's not mince words, Bones.
Yeah, but
You will
everyone's
die.
gonna die. I'm going to die walking along the street because of the amount of carcinogenics in the air from all the cars and stuff.
Yeah.
Just do like me and Cole, just stop.
Yeah, but I enjoy vaping, so I'm just cutting it down.
Yeah. I've still got me vape on the shelf there. I haven't used it in a couple of years, but it's there in case I ever get the urge. You know, it's just one of them.
I did try vaping actually when I was the first. Well, when I eventually gave up, I just gave up.
Yeah.
I just stopped because I had to, but then there was no choice and it was fine. But just before that, when I actually wanted to voluntarily give up, I tried vaping for a little bit, and I was like, after about a month of it,
Yeah.
I was so fed up with faffing about with juice and filling it up and running out halfway through the work day when I was at the office, and it's like, oh, and I was like, you know what, I'm just going to go and buy a packet of cigarettes and screw it, because I can just light a cigarette. I don't have to fart about messing around with it for ages. It was far too much faff for me.
That's the one thing I do miss. I do miss sitting there rolling the smoke, because you'd have a fag and a think, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
See, I don't miss that. I love vaping because I used to really miss rolling, but I love the fact that at work, for example, I can go out for my lunch break, and if I just want a really quick hit of nicotine, I can just like chain vape for a couple of minutes, and I'm still done.
Yeah, you've got your intake. Yeah.
Yeah, and if I can never forget my lighter, or I can never forget my papers, or my filters, or my backy, or you know, like, and the vape that I have has like a capacity of 10 mil. Yeah. So I never run out of juice at work. Mm-hmm. I fill it up once a day. I change coil once a week, and yeah, like, I know it'll be 3 years in November that I quit smoking.
Yeah.
So I think it's about time that I start to cut back on the vape.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it sounds weird, but I did used to enjoy smoking, don't get me wrong. I enjoyed, it sounds weird, but I enjoyed the taste of it, and it was for me, it was a reward thing. I'd say, right, I'll do a bit of painting, and then when I've done half an hour of painting, I'll have a cigarette.
Yeah.
Or I'll just get to the next save point in this game, and I'll reward myself. And I used to enjoy it.
I really enjoyed smoking.
I did.
It was just such a habit. Like, I started smoking when I was like 14.
6.
No, 14. Which is still stupidly, like, far too young.
Yeah.
And like it would get to a point, like, in my like gaming days, that like if I was playing StarCraft 2, games in that only generally last about 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. And I'd have a fag like after every game, like whilst I was queuing up for the next game and shit.
Yeah.
And I would, in the height of my smoking, I would go through 100 grams of backy a week.
Wow.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
I used to do that when me and my friends were playing Halo. We used to play Halo as a LAN game. The original Xbox and Xbox 360. We'd all meet up and take our consoles and stuff and do proper LAN gaming. And we used to pause between games. Then when it went online, and we'd all be in our own bedrooms or whatever, our own houses, and we'd like have a couple of games, and then I'd be like, right, just hang out in the lobby for a minute, we'll go and have a cigarette, and I'd sit there and have a cigarette before the next game.
It's like, so I go and play pool with one of the lads from work like every week, and I hate like every hour that we're playing we lose 5 minutes of table time because I'll go and have a vape.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just time. I probably spend I still spend 30 quid, maybe 40 quid max.
Yeah.
A month to vape, and with the cost of living at the moment,
that's the thing, Si, isn't it? It's I've
got to admit, the last time I actually went for a game of pool in a pool club, in a pool hall, as far as I can remember, you were still smoking in the pool hall. That's how long ago it's been since I've been in a pool hall.
So I've played pool for many years. Me and this goes back, like at the time, was it 2008 when they brought in the indoor smoking ban? I think it was
before
2008.
I don't know, mate, to be honest with you, because I didn't smoke indoors.
No, it may have been 2004, but I don't remember. We always used to go to Riley's, which is, for those of you across the pond or that might not know, Riley's was, I don't even know if they're still in business, like a pool club chain in the UK. And we always used to go down to Riley's for a couple of hours after college. And I can remember we were smoking inside Riley's the day before the smoking ban.
Yeah.
And then we went the next day, and it was completely different because.
Do you know what I've just found?
Smoking. Gone.
Just found the biggest dot of blue tack on that I'd forgotten about. I'd actually primed it.
Pre-smoking ban, like you couldn't see on most days. You couldn't see the other end of the pool hall.
Yeah,
because obviously, pool halls tend to attract mostly older generations. And
let's put it this way. Pool halls tend to generally be, at least in my experience, shitholes.
It's the correct answer.
There's no such thing as a nice, but they're all like, it's a bit like the bog brush end of a working man's club kind of. Yeah, they're always a bit. Yeah, unless you had to go to a pool hall or you wanted to play pool, you wouldn't normally want to hang around one because they weren't exactly places of high repute. Let's just say.
I know they're okay. They're okay down here.
Scale Modelling Chaos says it was 2006.
All right, 2006.
In that case, northern pool halls, because we're hard up north. We're not southern Ponces.
Says the man who's got to have special gloves to build a artwork. Yeah.
I used them once.
No, it's all right. Once was enough, mate. It's imprinted in my retinas.
It's so I didn't scratch the paint. Didn't scratch the paint. What would you have me do? What would you have your arbiter do?
Oh, mate, you know, your decision.
My decision's always the right decision.
Yeah, but it just gives us something to mock you about.
What, like you need to be suggesting things to you?
Yeah, but it's been a couple of weeks, isn't it, Si? I don't know about you. The hardest part of not streaming is I've kind of missed mocking Fox.
Yeah, definitely.
Why does this not surprise me?
Yeah, it really helps me de-stress after a week at work.
Southern Ponces, all of you.
Look at him. Look at the wibble he's having there in the back.
I'm not wibbling.
Oh, you are.
I'm not wibbling at all. Southern Ponces. Namby-pamby Southern Ponces.
Show us on the dolly where the nasty man touched you.
Show me on the dolly where the Southerners touched you.
Wait a second. This Northern Ponce didn't want to work.
There's no such thing as a Northern Ponce.
Okay, sorry, let me rephrase. Northern
we don't have Ponces.
Didn't want to even model for a few weeks because it was a bit warm.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, it was a bit warm.
Outrageous.
No, I didn't want to do anything that involved having all the lights on because that would have been insane.
Wow.
Yeah, didn't think that he could take it downstairs on the tea tray and paint it in the garden, did he?
Well, it would be hotter outside in the garden.
Always an excuse, isn't there?
It's always an excuse.
Yeah, always. It's just up north they're not used to snow, to sun, sorry, because it's always so cold and horrible.
Yeah, you had to take off one of his fleeces. That was the problem, wasn't it?
Take my hoodie off, you know what I mean? One of my Dog Sounds hoodies available now at dogsounds.com. No,
I see what you did there. Good pimping.
I was about to say, but I can't remember where the hell I actually got where my store is. Just go to modelmakingguru.com. There you go.
Yeah, it's all on the website.
Your one-stop shop for all your Model Making Guru needs or some shit like that. I don't know.
Sounded plausible to me, mate.
Good. As long as the lawyers accept it, it's fine.
Paul says mocking Fox is like popping bubble wrap. You've just got to do it. Yeah, that's
bubble wrap.
Oh yeah.
You do know I hate you all, don't you?
Do you want some ASMR? I've got like 30 meters of bubble wrap behind me.
Yeah, go for it, mate.
1 sec. Let me get a strip.
For some reason, then in my head, that made me think of the music from Painting with Nancy.
Oh, paint along with Nancy. Yeah.
Oh wait, I think I might have accidentally like run my chair over this at some point.
Oh. No, you did it too aggressively. That's not ASMR. That's violence.
So, sorry, Northerner. I was trying to do things to your standards, not in a poncy manner.
You've got to do it relaxedly.
There's no pleasing some people's sigh, is there, mate?
Nope.
No. There you go.
I feel a lot more relieved now that you've done that, mate.
Steady now.
Wait,
Steady now. Steady
Yeah, that kind of didn't come out really right, did it?
No.
Moving on.
Unaccustomed to public speaking as I am. I'm really not sure how this is going to turn out. I'm struggling to see the end result at the moment.
Oh, Lammerkins, why is that?
I'm having great
Trust the process.
I'm trusting the process.
Well, you're not.
Salute the rank, not the man.
How
Wait,
the
no.
process might not turn out how you think it would. So trust it. Stop being a fanny.
It's just difficult because it's black and I'm trying to paint a really dark brown, so I can't really see what I'm painting.
Oh, Lammerkins.
La 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 la.
Why not?
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Difficult to see over black.
It is when of the reasons.
Oh, when you're blind.
Well, I am. Ooh, put my lenses on. I can see now.
Candygram for Mongo's been a Festa's member for 15 months. Thanks for your continued support there, Jeff. SpongeBob.
Good job, Uncle Jeff.
SpongeBob will be coming on screen imminently.
Impermanently. Ooh.
Yeah, imminently.
Not even imminently, but impermanently.
There you go. It's just adjusting.
Even I don't get an impermanent SpongeBob.
Oh.
Right, I'm gonna brown up these rivets, but not the actual.
Oh, that sounded wrong. He's going to brown up his rivet. No.
Brown up your rivets.
You really want to rethink how that sounded.
Oh, I know how it sounds. Oh, I know what the ladies like. So I'm not going to paint this bit of like dimpled metal rusty colour, but I want the rivets to be rusty because I like iron.
Like a nice rusty rivet.
Rusty rivet. Didn't he like some kind of country songs or something?
Yeah.
Rusty Rivet and the Blue River Bandits.
Yeah, that's the man. That's the very man.
Oh, I have one hatred about the Age of Darkness box set now. I've been working on it for a while, Fox.
Not enough boobs.
And that is the Vox, the Nuncio Voxes. They're horrendous to clean up.
They're not. They're alright. I don't have a problem. Which bit is the horrendous to clean up bit?
Well, the whole Vox.
Yeah, but you are talking Psy here. This is the man who can find a nub anywhere, mate.
This isn't the person that just goes with a mould line remover, leaving mould lines pretty much all over
excuse
the
me, I used a knife as well and filing.
He does.
No, I can't remember what's.
He does it properly, didn't you, Si?
I can't remember what they look like. I know they've got the aerial thing. What's different between? Is it the?
They've got the aerial thing, and then the skull with like the spiked halo that goes all the way around it. But
oh yeah, no, that is a pain in the. Yeah, I'll give you that.
There's mold lines all around the inside of the halo, on the inside of the skull. There's spikes that go around the halo itself, and there's mold lines that run all along the centre of those, and they're tiny.
I must admit, when you get like that kind of halo thing with spikes running around the outside, especially on Death Guard and stuff, it's such a pain in the ass because you've got the thing going all the way around the halo and the spikes.
I'm tempted just not to have any of the boxes because, in terms of mechanically, game-wise, they're not really worth the points to have more
you can have one or two.
An entire army.
Well, you know what you could do? You could just man up and grow a pair, because I did 4 of them.
Yeah.
And you know what?
But
it didn't hurt me. I don't need to show on the door where it hurt me.
Oh, mate, you two are brutal.
Yeah, but the thing is, dude, if I pulled up a picture of your models and zoomed in, I could go to town. Whereas with these, you wouldn't be able to. So I just wasted like an hour on it.
Have you always been that way, Sire? Is that something that you've picked up through learning the hobby, or are you naturally, I wouldn't say OCD, but you know what I mean?
I am an anal fuckwit.
Simon is naturally anal.
Right, I didn't know that.
How do you know though? I may have done mine just as good as yours. I may have gone to all that trouble. You never know.
Because I've zoomed in on your images.
Please, Sire, can I ask you to do me a favour? Don't ever zoom in on one of mine, mate.
No, the reason I did it on yours, Fox, was because I was trying to work out how you clean them up. And the same for the back. But
you dropped out there. Sorry, say again. The what at the back?
And the banners. I can't remember what the Horus Heresy term is for the banners.
The Vexillari.
You know which? Yeah,
the Vexillarii.
Yeah.
On the inside of the banner poles.
Yeah.
And
PJ,
the inside of each of the banners.
PJ says in the chat, you didn't read my upgraded membership. I did, mate. I don't know where you was, but I did make a point of saying Paul J. Lewis has upgraded his membership to Festa's Friends.
He did.
I
certainly did, I remember.
Fox commented that you had done the same for him earlier, mate, so you might have been out of the room.
Yeah, there is a delay between when you do it and when we see it. So.
But I know I did say it, mate.
But big thankings.
You definitely did.
Absolutely, because I said a huge thanking yous.
Yeah, I don't actually remember enough about the Nuncio Vox and the Vexillarii to remember what I did on them, to be honest.
Like, I could clean them, but I just know that it would probably take an hour.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is, I've sat there and I've done mine as 4 squads of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's like I've got 4 Vox, 4 Vexillarii, and 4 Sergeants.
Mm-hmm.
Where I could have saved myself some time and just done like 2 squads of 20. But I went off the instruction manual, which says 10 dudes, one of which I was like, okay, I'll do 4 10s then.
Mm.
You've also put like bayonets or the chain bayonets on every model, have you not?
No, I've only put the chain bayonets on the Sergeants, the Vexillarii, and the Nuncio Vox. All the regular dudes have got a.
Okay, are you aware that breaks game rules? So if you're discounting anyone that actually wants to use their purchase for gaming out of the purchasing.
Why?
Well, because the whole squad has to take them.
Does it?
Yes.
What, the whole squad has to have chain bayonets or?
Yeah, you can't just buy them for singular models because. So the only model in a unit that can buy individual war gear is generally the Sergeant. You could class the actual Vox or the banner itself as individual war gear, but apart from the Sergeant, everyone has to have the same equipment. So you buy bayonets for the whole squad. You buy crack grenades or frag grenades for the whole squad.
Yeah.
You buy chainswords for the whole squad, that kind of thing.
Oh well, I'll just make sure I forget that you ever told me that, and then there you go, fixed.
Well, you know, like this is why if you're going to buy and sell something, you should at least make sure it's against it goes with the rule set.
Well, I went through the rule set that's in the instructions, and I didn't see anything. I did carefully look at it, but I didn't see anything that said I couldn't do that. So, oh well, never mind. I'm sure it'll be fine. So I'm sure somebody could just do accounts as.
Well, they could, but yeah.
Or did I just give it to... I might have just given it to the sergeants. I can't remember now, actually, to be honest. I might have given it to the guys. I can't remember.
I'm sure
I might have
it'll
just
be
given it to
fine.
the sergeants. Yeah, I'm sure somebody will just buy it anyway.
I guess technically it says any legionary in the unit may take one of the following: a bayonet or a chain bayonet, but normally it's all or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, are you going off just the instruction book or the actual codex, whatever they call it? Liber Astartes.
Well, I have been going off whilst I've been building mine, whatever it's called, Fancy Pants book.
Oh, no, I haven't got. I've just gone off the instructions.
Well, I haven't got it either. I looked up the squad online. And found a screen cap of the data sheet for the squad.
Well, it's Space Wolves. They're different, maybe. I don't know. We shall see.
Weak, but,
Invalid.
yeah.
I know. I'm sure it'll be fine. Nothing I can do about it now anyway, so...
It'll work out.
Yeah.
Oh, someone will buy them, but yeah. I was just informing you in case you...
That's the problem, isn't it? When you build
heresy.
to sell like that, is you've got to make sure it's as playable, I suppose, in as many ways.
Well, that's why, I mean, I spent ages looking up the livery and stuff for Space Wolves, and it's so varied and so indistinct that I'm like, you know what? I read somewhere it says Space Wolves can vary from, chapter from squad to squad because there's not that much of a strict rule for them. So I'm like, fine, that gives me an out. But as long as I stick to the basics, it's like you look at the official painting guides, and some of them show a red shoulder porter and some show a black. It's like, fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, what you've also got to bear in mind, though, is throughout the heresy, like, with some of the legions especially, like the paint scheme and the heraldry changed from the start of the heresy to the end. Like, by the end of the heresy, the heraldry is completely different because at some point in the heresy, the traitorous legions started like defacing Aquilas and stuff like that. Whereas at the start of the heresy, they weren't doing that. So trying to do anything like to be truly accurate with the heresy army, you need to say or pick like a time within the heresy from which your legion supposedly hails. But
right, yeah.
At the end of the day,
side,
as long as somebody buys it,
that also means that whatever you do, you'll probably be alright as long as it looks cool.
Yeah, as long as somebody buys it. Now this is going to look terrible when you see it like this, but once I've got paint over it and stuff, it'll look less rubbish.
Yep.
It'll look beautiful, you know it will.
Oh, it will, you know it will.
I still think we need to get Fox back on Forge World.
Yeah, you want to give me all that money? I'll happily go back on Forge World. I am barely paying bills right now.
Join the club.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Here's a question.
Yes.
Whose phone is it that keeps going? Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo? Is that you, Si? Or is it
I
you,
haven't
Carl?
heard a phone for the entire stream.
I don't have any sound activated on my phone, mate.
Every now and then I hear a little doo-doo-doo-doo.
No, mine
I
works
think
by
that's-
light.
I think that's at your end.
Yeah.
No, I
Fox,
don't
because-
have. It's not an Apple sound. It's all Apple devices here, my friend.
Same here. Mine's an iPhone, mate. But
Yeah.
no,
I think
my,
Simon, you're the only one. You're the only one amongst us with rubbish Android nonsense, aren't you?
yeah, my phone only works on light. I don't have any sound.
I have a vastly superior phone to both of you, but my phone is on silent, so yeah.
I don't know what that noise is
And
coming
the
from. Then.
missus has got a filthy Apple as well, to my dismay.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with Apple.
There's everything wrong with Apple.
Does exactly what it needs to do.
Well, and it doesn't do anything else because it's made for simpletons.
I'm not a simpleton. I resemble that remark.
We'll have to agree to disagree on that.
I've got an Android tablet and an iPhone, so I'm sitting on the fence.
Yeah, you're doing it right, Carl.
I may have a MacBook, but I've also got a Windows PC, so...
Yeah, you're doing something from both camps.
MacBook. Yeah. I don't know. Such nonsense.
Yeah, but the MacBook hails from my days at the workshop because...
Yes.
It certainly served its purpose there. Would I go out and buy another one? No. But it's still going 11 years later, so... Can't update it.
See, someone at Apple... Yeah, someone at Apple would probably be really unhappy that it's still functioning after 11 years.
Yeah. Oh, what do you mean it's still functioning? Crap, we're not doing our jobs.
Yeah.
Need to do something about that.
Yeah, it can't run any of the modern OSs, but it's still got updates, don't get me wrong, but... that's just the same as anything. All systems upgrade at some point. Windows did.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Windows 10 apparently was the last ever version of Windows until, yeah, let's try and get people to buy new computers. We'll make Windows 11.
When I go into my Windows settings now to turn off updates when I'm streaming, it says, your computer's too rubbish to handle Windows 11.
Snap.
Brilliant, so I won't get Windows 11 then. Thanks, bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because Microsoft tried to be really smart and, like, reboot the hardware market after COVID, and they've put software side minimum requirements, but
you can get round it with some registry hacks, can't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, do you think Microsoft will end up patching that hack to stop people doing it, or just concede defeat and go, do you know something? Let's just get rid of that feature.
I think they just need to concede defeat, because at the end of the day, someone will always get around it.
Yeah, I mean, my system could easily run it, but because it isn't the latest spec processor, it's like, yeah, the registry hack will work, because... But my worry is if I was to upgrade, am I then going to risk... if they do patch it, suddenly being without a licensed OS, because...
Morning. I've got no idea about what you're talking about, so I shall remain mute on the subject.
And I didn't catch it, I'm afraid, Cole, because the missus was saying goodnight.
No, that's all right, mate.
Good night. Good night, the missus.
She's already gone, but...
No,
Bye.
all I was saying is I would upgrade it, because my system could technically run it with the registry hack. But I'm just worried that if I did, I'd then be without an officially licensed OS. And I don't... You know, I like to be licensed up so that I can get the upgrades and...
I've got it on the laptop, because the laptop was just within their minimum requirements.
Yeah.
And you know, it's
a very Apple looking OS though to me.
Yeah, they've gone with the centralized.
Yeah, it's a bit OS X in a few places, but
have you noticed how not just with computers but with a lot of like operating systems and UIs, have you noticed how in the last 10 years we've gone from the realistic looking skew to the
flat,
not realistic.
Yeah.
So instead of having like buttons that look like little glazed buttons, we've gone to that flat design.
Yeah, I liked Apple Mountain Lion because you had a proper recycle bin that looked like a bin. All the graphics and icons looked like the objects would do in real life, and then they went for this very basic almost icon layout again, and I suppose just how things evolve, isn't it?
Talking of design, I'll tell you what made me laugh the other day. I think it was Gizmodo had an article a couple of months ago about this new sort of, you'll have seen it whenever you get like an article or a guide or something like that a company puts out, and they just need some generic artwork. They use this style of art. Microsoft do it a lot. This style of artwork now, where you get some stylized figures and they've got like really long arms and stupidly long legs, and it's all like proportional, simple flat colours. And it's called like Metropolitan or something.
Yeah.
And they did this article on Gizmodo, kind of explaining why it was, but taking the piss out of it, which is deserved because it's a flipping awful design ethic.
Yeah.
And then, like last week, they had a series of articles on their website, and I can't remember what it was, like the top 10 best, and there was like about 30 different articles. And each one of them had a header image, which was using this exact style of artwork. And I'm like, weren't you just taking the piss out of this like a month ago?
Yeah. Yeah.
I do hate that design, that kind of like stupid long gangly legs, but everything's a bit fat and the heads are tiny.
Looks a bit LS Lowry, doesn't it?
It's supposed to be non-offensive to everybody, and it's like it just looks stupid. Stop it now. Please stop.
Yeah. Was that you saying it looks like biblical arse, basically?
Biblical arse.
Yeah, but we are in the era of PC.
It's gone mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's nothing to do with PC. It's just a design. It's designed to be as unobtrusive as possible and not scary. It's designed to be, everybody accepts it and sees it as welcoming. It's like,
Well,
no,
it's
it
the
just
ultimate on the fence art, isn't it? Because no one can be offended by it then.
That's what I mean by PC.
Yeah, it's designed to be. It's designed to not really register as likable or not likable. It's designed to be neutral.
Yeah.
But it's not, because it's really annoying and it looks stupid.
It's just safe design, isn't it? It's
yeah.
Because no one wants to offend anyone, and for me that removes the possibility of any debate then, because we all have, part of being human is we all have a unique freedom of expression and thought, and you can have a good healthy debate on your differences of opinion. And I think that if everything becomes nicey all the time, you're losing that.
I don't know if it's the design ethic is really to avoid offending. I think it's more just to make sure somebody sees the article and doesn't look at some horrible artwork and go, "Oh, I'm not going to read that because I don't like the picture."
Yeah.
Whereas it's supposed to be like just a picture that you register but don't really have any feelings about. But I do, because it makes me really angry because it's rubbish. Hate it. It's a bit like anyone that uses the papyrus font. I'm looking at you, bloody Avatar. It was a shit film anyway, but you
papyrus font.
Papyrus. It's meant to look like ye old Egyptian.
Text.
They used it on like crappy Discovery Channel documentaries about ancient Egypt in the early 2000s, and it was rubbish then. And then they used it on Avatar, and it's like, look, your film's bad enough. You don't need to saddle it with a crap font as well.
So deep down, none of this bothers you then, Fox, no?
Yeah, no, I have no feelings about it either way. Flipping papyrus font, you craptastic nonsense.
I used to love that font.
There's another one. There's another font as well, which I can't remember what it's called now, but you'd know it straight away if you saw it. And apparently, it's really popular in Germany, but nowhere else in the world. And it's just a horrible 1980s style font. It's horrible. I can't remember what it's called though.
So you know what we've got to do now then? Cite every fan now, papyrus font.
Yeah.
No, because it won't bother me, but it'll make you the internet will hate you.
Okay.
You may as well have a gormless photo of yourself looking at the camera doing a shocked face.
Yeah, I do that anyway, mate, because I know that annoys you.
No, but you don't do the shocked face. You don't do the YouTuber shocked face.
No, I do the pointy at things that aren't there face.
Yeah. You don't do the I'm a vapid YouTuber shocked face, which I just want to punch.
I don't do the big arrow either.
Big arrow.
Yeah, that seems to be the thing at the moment on thumbnails. Everyone has to have a big arrow. Can you believe this arrow? And the thumbnail bears no resemblance to the content you're about to watch.
Oh yeah, top 10 scariest animals ever found in the deep sea, and you just see the thumbnail and be like, yeah, and obviously none of them are going to be that thing that you just put a picture of in the title.
And it's the world's worst Photoshop as well.
Oh god, yeah. Oh, I don't know. Russia and Iraq. That could be,
Yeah.
Two of the world's worst Photoshop. Russia and North Korea are two of the world's worst Photoshop users.
Yeah. You're having
A
good
lot of this
fun
is just-
doing your rustical noises,
I am,
aren't you?
because I can make noise. I can make rust noises. Thing is, I get to this point, and I'm like, I don't want to paint over the rust now because the rust is great fun. And then you have to paint
Tell
over
me
it.
something. Are you sitting there with your tongue poking out the corner of your mouth?
I am. You know
man.
me too well. How
Good
about you? I
man.
bet you are.
Yeah,
What
I
are you
am.
doing?
I've just quickly washed the tank track on the grot tank.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Talk us through what you've been doing.
I have been using a bit of Garrett Dax sewer
Ooh.
just to put a base down on these tracks, mate.
That's the
Yeah, it's like a
Agrax Earthshade equivalent in contrast.
Yeah.
Fox. Just FYI.
Gary Gygax sewer. I like that.
he's good. He is good. He's a phantom of knowledge.
A phantom of knowledge.
He is. Go with it, Si. Go with it, because it
Roll with the punches, dude.
It really bigged you up then, and I think you should take the praise.
Yeah, I'm taking it.
You know you want to.
Taking it like Fox does every weekend.
Yeah, part of you sitting there going, "Oh, I feel so happy now." He's
I'll
not.
take
Is he?
anything if I'm getting paid for it.
Bet you would.
Yeah, I'd heard the rumour.
Fox only fans coming to a website near you.
Yeah.
Oh, I can just imagine making at least 50p a month.
Well, you know, every little helps these days.
God, done it, hey? Yeah, I must admit, we're not looking forward to the winter.
50p wouldn't help much at Tesco, though, would it really? Ha la 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 la. Now I have to admit,
Alright.
it looks a lot darker on the telly box than it is in real life. It's a lot more orangey in real life.
Yeah. Paul says the phone going off is the jewellers telling Foxy's princess tiara is ready. Edward Leonard says, Jeff, I think it's more like a brain farting session. All squishy alert. There you go. You can have that. Double squishy.
I'm a little worried because when I was doing my live stream earlier on today, I got 2 missed calls from my local pharmacy.
Ah, so it might
They
be
left me
your
a
phone going then, saying that.
No,
you've
this
got a
was
missed call.
earlier on today. No, that's not an iPhone noise. But yeah, and they left me a voicemail saying, "Hi, Mr. Wolf, it's such and such from the pharmacy here. Can you give us a call? Thanks." I'm like, why would my pharmacy call me? There's no reason at all that my pharmacy.
Well, has Mum got any like repeat prescriptions or anything?
Well, they wouldn't call me. They'd call her for that. Although I'd get the message, but it was on my mobile. Although Mama Fox is on. Well, Mama Fox is on this thing where they put her on this thing where they just give her 2 months worth of pills, and then after 2 months they just automatically do another 2 months worth.
Yeah.
But I don't know why they need to call because she's still got like a month's worth to go. So
Yeah, I get mine through the pharmacy to you people. It's just
know
on
what?
repeat. Pharmacy to you, it's just a repeat prescription then. Just turns up.
there you go. But they didn't say why. They said, "Can you give us a call?" I'm like, "Why are you calling?" Oh, but the best thing is, right. I was upstairs this morning. I was just like having a bit of a lie, and I heard the phone go downstairs.
Yeah.
And then some machine came. So when I went downstairs, I checked it out, and there was a message from Mama Fox. But whoever it was, we don't know who it was because the message. I'm going to obviously say. I'm not going to say Mum's name, but the message was basically, "Hello, Mama Fox. Did you like your holiday? It's cold here. Mutter mutter click."
Oh.
And that was it. So I was like, I said to Mama Fox, I said, "Do you know who this is?" And she listened to it, and she's like, "No, who is it?" I said, "I don't know. They said hello to you, and they think you're on holiday for some reason." So who would? And like, no, nobody ever calls Mama Fox, so it's like, and anyone who knows her knows she's not been on holiday for years. So it's like, who's going to leave you a message saying, "Hi, I hope you enjoyed your holiday"? When you what?
Yeah.
And who leaves a voicemail message doesn't say who it is?
You'll be amazed.
No. So it's like, "Hi, Mum Fox, did you enjoy your holiday? It's cold here. Bye."
Mate, I've had birthday cards come through before with nothing's actually been filled out. It is happy birthday, but it's a blank card. It's like, no idea who it's
Thanks.
from. Yeah.
Thanks for the kind thoughts that you half-asked.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
If you're going to send something anonymously, at least send money.
Yeah, it's like,
Next time, put a $5 in there.
and you sit there thinking, now, who's that from? You're looking at the postcode thinking, who do I know in that area of the woods? So, yeah.
Well, whoever this was called from a mobile number, so I've got no idea who it was, so I can't look them up or anything, so... Not of any of our phone books. So, yeah, got no idea who it was. Weird.
Oh, well.
And they sounded old, so it's obviously not someone who's like, young. It's an old person. So we couldn't think who the hell it was. We're like, who do you think that is? She's like, I don't know. I don't recognise the voice or anything. It's somebody who knows Mum, but doesn't know or thinks she's been on holiday, which is weird because she's not left the house in like 2 years and hasn't said she's been on holiday. And she doesn't communicate with anybody apart from maybe occasionally somebody on Facebook. So we don't know. A mystery we'll never solve.
Leaves you sitting there thinking, who was it?
Clearly a simpleton, but somebody who was dipped in the vat of simpletonium when they were a child.
Well, if it sounded like an old voice, you never know. They might have dementia or something.
Well, they knew Mum's name.
Yeah, well, dementia, you get moments of clarity.
Yeah.
Or certain clarity.
She doesn't know anybody. Mama Fox's like circle of people she knows is basically family, and about 3 other people are all dead. So.
A very close knit. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not. She hasn't had a social life for.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
Many
It could be
years.
someone from like 30 years ago
Yeah,
has
I
dementia.
suppose it could be.
And had a weird moment of clarity, especially if your home phone number's not changed in a long time.
No, that's never changed.
Yeah,
I suppose it could be
that's
somebody
it,
who's like, never thought of that. That's probably not. That's probably a possibility.
Probably a good, valid reason, to be honest with you. Good thinking, Si, yeah.
It's the only thing that really
Makes logical
makes
sense now, yeah.
Yeah, I won't mention that to Mama Fox though, because she'll just start thinking about being old.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that.
I'll be like,
Yeah,
"Hey, Mama
start.
Fox, you're really old. And all your friends are senile now, so it's probably one of
Yeah.
them."
Start
Thanks.
worrying her, bless her.
Yeah, no, she won't worry. She'll be like, but no, the thing.
On the Nuncio Vox, by the way,
Yes.
I have decided to cut the spikes off from around the outside of the halo
Yes.
because I got fed up with it.
Good man.
I may apply rivets once I've cleaned the mould line up, just for a little bit of detail. But
We understand your decision and we wholeheartedly support your decision.
Yes, I'm the guy that built people wrong, so I can't complain. I can't say anything.
I'm the guy who shot his own head in a car door, so what would I know?
and get stuck under desks regularly.
I had forgotten that, but thanks for reminding me, Simon. That was the night I broke you, wasn't it? Yeah.
The man that got swallowed by his own filing cabinet.
Yeah. If you haven't watched it, folks, it's the Modcast stream.
That was funny.
A couple of years ago.
We need to do more of them.
Well, we can do, but it's just getting everybody together. Seems to be kind of impossible.
Because folks absolutely loved them 2 shows, didn't they?
Nobody's ever around.
I know.
I've suggested it a few times, and aside from yourself, it's like everybody's like, "Oh, maybe."
Yeah, but the problem is, most of the other quote unquote mods have day jobs and stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas this is your day job for you two.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah, you're right there, Si. Not everyone can drop straight away, can they, mate?
No, I mean I can drop gas whenever I want, pretty much. But it's
I didn't
not quite
like
the
to
same
say I was, being polite, but
thing.
I wasn't going to say because it didn't need to be said.
that sound of a ripping bath mat is normally what emanates from Si's body.
Yeah.
His trouser
Some things
burps.
just don't need to be explained.
Yeah, his trouser burps are the thing of legend.
Legendary trouser burps. You know it.
That had an almost finger bobs ring to it, then that.
Finger bops.
I tell you what though, I got punished the other day by the missus.
Oh, did
She was
you?
in the car, and she had nuclear gas,
Oh,
and she dropped one, but I had my window open, and she used the driver side controls to close my window, and I couldn't reopen it because she was holding the button. And I was like, no.
Brilliant.
No. Did you do a Darth Vader? No.
Yeah, your missus has just earned legend status.
It's the equivalent when you're both in bed, like just reading or on your phone or whatnot, and you let one go under the covers, and then you lean over to hug your partner and like warm them in the covers and like, you know.
Oh yeah.
And they never expect that, do they?
Oh no.
Well, no, you know.
I did that once and was beaten to within an inch of my life. It's like, I won't do that again.
You didn't need to say the rest. You could just say, I did that once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can assume, knowing H, we can assume the rest.
Yeah. She was so happy tonight she danced a jig. I went, why is that? Should you going back to the bloody man cave? You're not going to be under my feet moping. Really? Am I that bad? And her and my boy went, yeah.
Yeah, when you're not in your man cave and you can't be in your man cave, you just get grumpy.
Yeah.
It's always the same.
My model. Oh, it's not fair.
It's like that whole last week, it was like, for the first couple of days, it was like, well, I can't film because I can't have all the lights on.
Yeah.
And the computer and everything else. So, but that means I can't do any filming and painting. I can't do any Xbox because that's just as hot as putting all the lights in the computer on. I really can't do anything. I've got to surf the internet on my iPad, which is torture. But then I thought, hang on, I can probably get away with one light if I just do some building. I'll build that Baneblade, that'll do.
Yeah.
So I had some small mercy. Because I have to sleep in this room, so obviously heating it up with PCs and lights. Yeah, it's not like I can do all that and then come out of it, because I have to sleep in here, so it's
What's most amusing to me is you've just demonstrated how far away from today's generation you are. Because you said you had to surf the internet on your iPad, which was a nightmare. But I reckon that these days, probably 70% of the internet is consumed on a mobile device.
Yeah.
I know, but this is what gets me, because it's like, hang on, if I'm given the choice between a computer with a big monitor and a keyboard and a mouse, or a little pokey screen where half of the shit doesn't work because it's not designed to work on tablets as well, and then it's just no.
The thing is, though, nowadays most sites are programmed for mobile consumption before they're coded for larger screen.
Yeah, but it's just like, using unless I want to use Safari, things like Chrome and stuff don't work as well on mobile as they do on desktop. I can't have any extensions. I've got to suffer. It's like, if I go to like Kotaku or Gizmodo or IO9, it's just pop-up ads because I can't put an ad blocker on. It's like,
Well,
it's horrible.
You can have an ad blocker.
Not in Chrome on tablet, on mobile.
Well, that must be Apple then, because I've got one on mine.
Yeah, you can have it in Safari.
But I use Chrome.
Yeah, I know. No, you can't get extensions for Chrome on iPad, as far as I can tell. Anyway.
No, that must be Apple then.
Yeah.
Because I've got an ad blocker.
What, in Chrome?
Yeah, on my Android.
But you're on. Yeah, it's an Apple thing. The Chrome, because basically, I think the reason, if I remember rightly, is that Chrome on desktop is running on Chromium.
Yeah.
Chrome on mobile is actually basically Safari. If you're on an Apple device, your browser is basically just Safari tweaked a little bit. So my Chrome on iPad is closer to Safari than it is to. It's not running on Chromium, which means I can't use any extensions and stuff, which is a pain in the butt. But then again, I don't normally mind because I don't have to rely on my iPad to surf the internet.
I think the problem for me nowadays. So this is the ironic thing. If I'm at work, I've got two monitors at work, like most people in offices do these days.
Yeah.
And I might have Excel open on one screen and the proprietary software we use on the other screen, which is called Pro Alpha. If I need to look something up online, I will still look it up on my phone. And that's the weird thing. I'm so used to consuming the internet on my phone now.
For me, it's probably mostly because I'm older. My eyesight's not that good. I can't see what's on the small screen as easily, probably as well, which probably factors into it.
Well, maybe. I think the problem now for a lot of people is that to use a PC like to be here on stream. If I wasn't modelling, I have to just be here, stuck in one location.
Yeah.
Like, and that just doesn't suit the modern day lifestyle, really. For a lot of people.
I suppose for most people, if you want to surf the internet on your PC, you have to go to your PC and do it. Whereas for me, I'm at my computer basically all day, because if I'm not on the PC, I'm at the workbench, which is 90 degrees from my computer.
Yeah.
And if I'm not on my workbench or my computer, I'm on my Xbox, which is 90 degrees the other way from my computer. So my entire world is a little sort of C shape of computer, workbench and console. So my world is around my PC. So therefore, that's if you know, I don't have occasion to be not at the PC really. So
yeah, I'd say most of my internet I do on my iPhone. Even though I've got the Android tablet just here, I just pick up my phone and I'm straight on YouTube, or I'm doing a bit of browsing.
It's
So
almost
convenient.
Convenience. Yeah.
I think if I had a daily routine where I wasn't always at the computer, I'd probably do it more often. But because
I
I
still
don't,
can't
because
believe
I'm not.
that you don't consume media or internet whilst you're on the loo.
I do.
Like,
my phone comes to the loo. I'm browsing. I'm checking my
Fox
profile,
doesn't,
my
though.
messenger.
No,
everything.
I used to read Twitter and stuff on the loo years ago, but it's got to the point now where I don't. The thing with me is, and again, it's probably just because of the way I'm doing stuff. I keep getting myself covered in paint. Is that
I watched some bloke called Model Making Guru do a video not long ago on the Saturday.
that was a waste. That was a waste of an hour of your life, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think the thing for me is that I don't consume social media unless I'm posting or doing something for work.
Yeah.
Or what I do is in the old days when Twitter and Facebook was new, of course, I spent loads of time on Facebook, and I go to the loo and I'd read my tweets and stuff. Nowadays, I'm either doing social media because I'm posting on it or reading responses to it, and pimping my stuff. Or what I'll tend to do is throughout the course of the day, I'll check the social media like 3 or 4 times. So I'll get up in the morning, check all the news websites, check my social media and all that kind of stuff, do the round of the internet.
Yeah.
And then I won't look at it again because I'll do other stuff all through the day.
Yeah.
And then I might go back a bit later, but I'll have my iPad up and running all the time, and it's got notifications. So when somebody sends me a message on Facebook Messenger, of course, I get a ping, and I'll go and check it. But I don't use Facebook, and I basically hardly ever use Twitter other than to post my own PR stuff. So I don't really do it anymore. It's purely because when I go to the loo, I'm not in the daily habit of monitoring social media all the time anymore.
Jamie Bones in saying hello. Hello, Jamie.
Hey, Jamie.
Hi, Jamie.
So,
I consume very little, quote unquote, social media, and by social media I mean like networking platforms. I consume a lot of YouTube. I consume a lot of short form content on TikTok.
See, I've never done TikTok.
I don't even really. I might open the Facebook app itself once a day, and and I said this to you the other day, if your post isn't within like 20 seconds of scrolling, I just don't see it.
Yep.
The only reason I really maintain a Facebook account is just for Messenger these days.
Yeah, I only keep mine for my group.
That's the problem with Facebook now is, well, and Twitter, is they are just cesspools of toxicity.
Oh God, I've actually gone from. It's really weird this, but I used to like follow Twitter and read my Twitter feed and stuff. But I stopped doing that a while ago. And I stopped using personal stuff because I got too busy. I was so busy doing stuff for Model Making Guru that I'd never had. The last thing I wanted to do after spending all day on social media was to go on social media. So I sort of gave up on my personal Facebook and personal Twitter and stuff. So I don't do anything with them anymore. But I went through the phase of like looking at Twitter, for example, and it was so toxic. I'd just come away and be like, wow, the world is full of morons and I'm giving up on the will to live.
Yeah.
But then I've kind of come 360 now and I find it as almost like a kind of entertainment.
Yeah,
it's like there's a certain bit of my brain that when I go onto Twitter and it says trending in the UK and there's something really obvious like a climate change hashtag or or a whatever it is, a real hot button topic hashtag, my brain's like, go on, have a look, go on. You know you want to, go on, have a look, see how bad people can get, and I can't resist it sometimes.
It's like I went through a period of probably 5 or 6 years where on my third monitor at home, I would have like TweetDeck just all day, just looking at Twitter. But yeah, that stopped ages ago.
Yeah.
I can see how the toxicity, if it doesn't affect you, can be quite comical.
Well, it's comical, but also it's still depressing in a lot of ways because you realise how dumb 95% of the population actually are. And you're like, really? How do you people remember how to breathe without something jumping up and down on your chest?
Yeah.
The public spats crack me up. It's like you're having this discussion all over social media, and everyone can see what a Stone Age chud you are. You know, it's like
And there's also something about like not celebrities because of the spy celebrities. I have no interest in celebrity rubbish at all. But not celebrities, but people within our spheres, like our kind of people that we know that do YouTube or other things. Small time individuals like us who are nobodies.
Yeah.
When there'll be like some falling out or disagreement, and they haven't quite learnt the whole point that if you want to maintain a good reputation, what you do online is shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Don't have a. So and you see them making the same mistakes, getting all personal about it, and oh no, and it's like you're not going to survive because
this is another reason.
We're building scale models, isn't we?
Yes, people that I don't mean necessarily people that do that, but I mean people who are our level of celebrity, i.e. nobodies, and they sit there and they tell the world about all their problems, and it's like nobody cares. Right, that's the bat signal from Mama Fox. I shall go and sort her out.
Yeah,
I shall be back in 10 minutes or so.
Yeah. Sorry.
In reference to what Fox was saying, though, some people thrive off that negativity. There's a guy doing the rounds at the moment called Andrew Tate, who is an absolute abomination of a human.
Oh, really?
But his fame has come around because of how much of an abomination he is.
Oh.
Like, this guy, abuses women and left, right, and centre.
Oh, yeah, he's got no place in the world then, has he? Let's be honest.
Well, no, but he's only recently got notoriety and fame because of that.
Yeah.
And it's wrong, but it is what it is.
In this day and age, it's like, come on. Yeah, there's no need for it.
But meh.
It's the things people or the lengths people go to just to get a few followers, and it's like really.
The worst thing is, from my point of view, so this guy he'll post videos with his views about women and just generally being a complete douchebag.
Yeah.
But there are kids, 15-year-old kids or whatever, that are growing up watching this kind of crap.
Yes.
Thinking that is the correct way
to behave,
to treat women or people in general.
Yeah.
And it's just not right.
Does dog you off, mate, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I sit there some days and think, as a society, have we not learned anything?
No, I don't think we have.
You do despair, don't you? Because you think, really?
Unfortunately, there is always evil in the world.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a shame. Yeah, it's worrying because, like you say, I've got me 2 lads and that, do you think, well, their generation are going to have so many issues. They're inherent. Do you think, we've not really learned a great deal? I mean, go on.
Me and Bex had a discussion recently, about kids and do we want kids? And we both came to the realization that we do want kids. Yes. But we had a really serious discussion for a couple of hours about do we actually want to have a child with the world the way it is at the moment? And there were serious questions there, you know. And
Oh yeah, both me and Helen have had that conversation where if we was the age we were then when we decided to start a family, would we do it? And we both kind of come to the conclusion that we wouldn't, purely because of the state of the world. And that surprised us both because, you know, we dote on our boys, as you know. Yeah, it was there. It was, well, yeah, probably we wouldn't.
It's horrible, man. It's like there are certain places in the world, for instance, I would love to have visited.
Yes.
Like capital cities and whatnot. And the reality is that nobody from the West is going to visit these places for like years, and it's because of terrorism and world events. Well, yeah, and most of it is down to 0.01% of the population.
Yeah.
And in some cases, a singular person.
Yeah.
And it's just going to break countries.
I mean, you know, I've been saying it for a while. You know, the Ukraine situation shouldn't happen now. Not in the modern world. It is old men that have been in power far too long wanting to have a pissing contest because they don't want to lose power.
Well, no, and obviously the country I was referring to was the opposition of the Ukraine, and it's just like, it's fucking, it's nearly 2023, man.
Yeah,
like,
you know, nuclear threats went out in the 1980s, and yet here we are.
Can't we just like fuck off currency and just all start working together and make some starships? And
yeah, as I've said before, Si, I go back to a video I watched at the IMAX, and it was a NASA flight, one of the last space shuttle flights. And the guy there was looking out the window, and he said, I'm looking at the window at how fragile our planet is. He said, this little ball of land and water floating around in the darkness of the universe. And he said, and I'm looking at the window, I can't see no red lines marking borders. He said, and considering how much water there is and how little land there is, why can't we just get along and share?
Exactly.
And I was like, actually, it was, quite
back again for a minute.
Thought-provoking thing, you know. And yeah, no worries, mate. Nah, we're just talking bollocks until you got back, mate.
Yeah, I'll have to go off again in a minute.
Yeah,
don't
no
you
worries.
love that kind of? You've got to love that kind of shit, though.
Oh yeah,
because everyone's got something like a video or a speech that they once heard that was so poignant in their life. Like,
I think of Ronnie Reagan at the Berlin Wall. Classic.
Yeah, a good one. Mine was an admiral, a US Navy admiral who was giving a speech at a university.
Oh, right,
and it was, at the time, I was really low. But he started his speech with, if the only thing you do in a day is wake up in the morning and make your bed, you've achieved something.
Yes.
And then it went from there. But, like, the speech was fucking awesome. It was, like, 20 minutes long. But it
and some of them
totally
really get
life.
you thinking, don't they?
Oh, it did. That speech changed my life.
Yeah.
Because it made me think that and realise that sometimes you don't need to achieve your 5 year life goals like that day.
No, that's
They're
right.
5 year life goals for a reason.
Yeah, take your time, take a breath, and just
But now I get up every morning and you make the bed at the first thing, and you've already achieved something. So your day's off to a good start, you know?
See, I don't watch the news.
I'll be back in again in a second.
Yeah, no worries. I don't watch the news because of all the doom and gloom. And it's not that I'm not interested. It's just I will lose sleep over it because it's worrying, isn't it?
Oh, definitely, man.
You know, and there's so much going on. And you know, I think what I've seen in my life you know, with the evolution of technology and space travel and all of that. And yet here we are, I think, going backwards each week. We are going further and further back into the past with stupid behaviours, and that makes me feel quite sad that we've not learned anything like it, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
I know it's getting a bit deep, like, it's a modelling stream, but I think it's on everyone's mind, isn't it? The real world situations.
Well, like, take a look at the English energy market right now.
Oh, yeah.
I saw something really poignant the other day. So, in France, the energy companies are owned by the everyday citizen.
Oh, right.
And any profits they make go back straight into the energy grid.
Yes.
To upgrade it and whatnot. But also to keep prices low.
Yeah.
So in this year, since January, they have only seen a 4% energy price increase.
Yeah.
Now, that's a fun fact because EDF is actually French owned.
Yes.
And in the UK, they've made just over £250 million profit since January in the UK. Whereas in France, they've reported 20 million profit because the rest of it has all gone back into keeping energy prices low.
Yeah.
And it's like, why can't we do the same in England?
Why? Because we thought it was a good idea to privatise everything, and it's backfired,
exactly.
Mate.
Massively backfired.
You know, the call for things to be taken back into state ownership is growing, and I honestly think we're in for a massive winter of discontent in the UK, and I think it's going to be quite worrying to see how we come out of it in January, February time, to be honest with you. I think the winter isn't going to be pleasant.
Well, have you seen, they've said because of the heat wave, Norway has been struggling to produce the energy amounts it normally does, and we get a lot of our winter supplies from them. And they've now said that there is a chance, however slim, that there may be forced blackouts in the winter.
Yeah.
And it's just like, all right, well,
nothing like progress, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's like, all right, well, you know, that's going to put so much extra strain on services like the NHS, etc.
Yeah.
Like, you're just going to actually make it worse.
Well, the NHS and that, they'll all get priority for supplier, won't they? But again, it's only through generators.
But what I mean is, like, what I mean is people needing the NHS care.
Yes.
Because of it. Hi. But, yeah.
Yeah, it's concerning. Yeah, no, but...
What are we talking about now?
We're talking about cost of living, energy, and, you know, just general sort of real life stuff, Fox, in case you wondered.
Everything's on fire, we're all going to die.
Shouldn't have to, though.
Yes. Right, what am I up to? I need to...
How's Mum, all right?
Yeah, she's all tucked up and dozing off to sleep now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, bless her. She thought that the idea from you, Simon, about maybe somebody she knew 20, 30 years ago. And she said, not impossible. But she didn't recognise the voice. So I said, yeah, if somebody spoke to you now, they wouldn't recognise your voice either, because you don't sound like you did 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's unlikely, of course, but it's possible.
It actually seems more than likely, to be honest.
It's in the
realms
realms
kind of makes a lot of sense.
Possibility, isn't it?
Well, it's like somebody who's got your name and your phone number and doesn't understand how to leave an answer phone message.
Ringing a landline, now there's a rarity.
I know. We'll never know. We will never know.
Well, having a landline in this day and age is rare.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of times, at any time I have to call a company, and you know when you call a company, you have to go through like their security checks.
Yeah.
And you pass them, and then they say, "I've only got this number on file for you. Do you have any other numbers we can contact you on?" And it's like, no, I only have my mobile. I haven't had a landline since.
I look at you like you're an alien. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've had the same landline in this house since like 1968. So
our landline came with our broadband, and it's I can't even think of the last time we took a landline call.
I mean, most of the time, the only reason we find a landline handy here for Mama Fox is really from when my brother calls from the States.
Yeah.
But it's got to the point now where Mama Fox doesn't even really hear the phone to answer it anyway. So,
No.
to be perfectly honest, and if she does, she can't quite see all the buttons.
No, bless her.
Da la 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 la. I can't really say anyone's ever told me anything really inspiring in my life that inspires me.
What's
that has inspired me.
Yeah.
You know, you're talking about inspiring speeches
yeah,
and
inspiring
stuff.
speeches, yeah.
Probably because I'm a cold-hearted bastard, but also, I don't know. I always found Carl Sagan's Pale Blue Dot speech quite inspiring.
Yeah.
Thought-provoking.
Yeah, I mean,
but
you got the Stephen Hawking type things and things like that, but yeah, there have been pivotal ones in our history. Just think, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, Pale Blue Dot's probably my personal favourite. An excerpt from his book.
The Legend.
Oh, yeah. And I was really sad to find out on Audible, because I joined Audible. I only got 2 books by Dr. Evan Finkel, but I thought I'll have a look and see if there's any audio books that Carl Sagan did before he died. But sadly, there's none. The best you get is The Demon Haunted World, where he reads the first, I think, 3 chapters.
Yeah.
But then after that, it's his wife Andrean that does the next 3 chapters. The next chapter's like, oh no, I just want Carl. But he didn't. He never did it, sadly. Audio book with Carl Sagan. I'd lap that hundreds of times.
Robin says my Stompa's looking like a big jar of sweets. He wants sweets now.
Sweets. Sweets are always the best answer.
Is the correct answer, isn't it? Yeah. We all want sweets.
Sweets is always the right answer. It's a bit of a fiddle to get some of these under areas.
Yes.
It's a bit of a
It's one
manhandling job.
Upon further thinking, it's like...
Yeah, it's a bit of manhandling going on here.
Yeah, that's why I stuck mine on my rotisserie.
Well, I'm thinking, looking on it now, if I do another one of these, I think we'll be attaching the arms after painting. I think that would actually be feasibly possible, because they didn't go on with too much of a fight, and you wouldn't get too much glue mess.
No.
So you probably could glue the arms on afterwards. And it would make life a lot easier. I think. All things considered.
Yeah, there probably wasn't one of our greatest decisions, was it?
It wasn't a moment of triumph for us.
Yeah, but I must admit, I have found them quite handy to lean on.
Yeah, when you lean it on its side, that's quite good.
Tuneful mood.
You don't recognise the tune, do you?
Muse is in. How are you doing, Muse? I hope you're doing all right.
Hey, Muse.
You didn't recognise the painting with Nancy music, did you?
No, I wasn't paying attention. I saw Muse was in and immediately panicked and issued my heart.
You went into fight or flight mode.
Yeah, it's called
I
Fear.
love my.
It's called pant wetting fear, yes.
Yeah.
Self-preservation.
Absolutely.
These tiny drill bits have just made my life so much easier.
Mm-hmm.
These
You're drilling Horus Heresy air bolter barrels, aren't you?
no. Have you got one of the Voxes close to hand, Fox?
No.
All right. Well.
One of the Voxes.
Yeah.
Why are you drilling a hole in a... Jesus, what are you doing?
Well, it's got in this halo.
Yes.
It's got. Let me find a picture of one, because trying to describe this will take time.
Time is the fire in which we burn, Captain.
Alright, fucking Jesus.
Name that film. Name that film.
I have no idea.
Don't know.
Crap, what's the film called? I can't remember. It's Time is the fire in which we burn. Give you a clue, it was said by Malcolm McDowell.
I have no idea who that is.
Clockwork Orange?
No, a bit later. Like 20 years later.
Oh, blimey.
No. Anybody in chat get that?
2001?
That was before Clockwork Orange.
Was it?
I think so. Or a year or two after, I'm not sure actually. 10 internet points to anyone who gets that line from we get the movie that line was in. Time is the fire in which we burn, Captain.
Mm-hmm.
Right, I'm sharing a screen, Carl.
Yeah, 2 secs, mate. Let's just let you share. Nothing's popped up on StreamYard yet.
You've not seen where you've popped up yet, Simon. Can you pop up a bit harder?
There you go.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Jesus. You're drilling those things out.
These holes here, because there's a mould line that runs around the inside of it. So just drill it out and then there's no mould line.
Okay, yeah, you're taking your mould lines a lot more seriously than I was, so yeah.
Well, I always do.
Kind of like your thinking on that one, yeah.
Yeah.
Does make sense.
I think I ran my blade round the inside of them, but I didn't get quite as industrious, I think. That's why if you sold yours. Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. It's only a couple of colours so far. And most of this will disappear anyway.
Yeah, but it's coming together, mate.
Yeah, this is like the undercoat. This is no different to your pre-shading. It's just a different colour set.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, if I know with the size of these holes that if I tried to run my blade around it, my blade would skip.
Yes.
The crescents, like the half circles, are large enough to run the blade inside, but these
little bits,
the holes, like the full circles, like are much smaller.
Yeah. Now, unless a man would be perturbed when Simon says, "I'm spending 6 hours taking this seam line on, and yours has got loads of seam lines on because yours is not as good," but I don't worry about that because I think to myself, and that's why you would get like $6,000 if you sold yours online, and I would charge a lot less.
I just enjoy.
Yeah, but again, it's therapeutic, isn't it? Because you're doing that extra work. It's almost therapeutic to you.
I think if I was doing it for myself, I probably would go that in depth, or a bit more in depth like that. But because I'm doing it to sell, I haven't got that luxury. I haven't got the time. Otherwise, I'll just spend months doing it, and I need the money. So I can't put that much work into it, sadly.
And also, these small drill bits are that sharp that I've just realised that if I actually, even on the half, the crescents, if I just run the, if I use an action like I was using a file with this tiny drill bit in the half moon, it acts like a file because it's so sharp.
Every time you say half moon, all I can hear is that Jaffa Cake advert.
Yeah.
Going full moon, half moon, total eclipse.
Total eclipse.
Some Eastern European accent for some unspeakable reason. Full moon, half moon, total eclipse. Total eclipse of the heart. That's a lyric that makes no bloody sense at all. What, you're saying the moon passed in front of my heart? What? I love you so much, the moon passed in front of my heart. That makes no sense.
No, that to me means
the heart's no longer giving out any daylight, it's hidden.
That you've taken all of my heart and there's none left for anyone else.
Yeah.
You've got to kind of read between the lyric lines.
Such nonsense. You never get Jeff Lynne writing rubbish like that.
Oh God, you're such a hippie. So I was about to
I
say,
don't know who he is.
Yeah, I knew he was.
Well,
He's such a
I don't know who he is. Yeah. I know.
Who's Jeff Lynne?
Yeah,
Jeff Lynne, ELO.
I only know one ELO song, and that's Mr. Blue Sky.
That's the song that everybody knows.
Electric Light Orchestra.
Yeah.
And I only know Mr. Blue Sky.
The thing is, 95% of the population only know that because that's the only song that ever gets played, and it actually gets played quite a lot, bizarrely.
It's a good song, but
it's a great song. They always gets played at the New Year's fireworks in London. There was at some point there'll be a little snippet of Mr. Blue Sky, which is now in my head. Awesome.
Yeah, that's your earworm for the night.
I'm not. If ELO's in there, I'm not complete. Especially if it's from Blue or Time. Out of the Blue or Time, my two favourite albums. In fact, the only two albums I like. For all of that I go on about ELO, I only like two of their albums.
It used to be a staple diet of Top of the Pops, that man, because it was every other week he was on with a new track.
Yep.
The only man who could wear sunglasses in the BBC studio and still look cool.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know, in the 70s everybody wore sunglasses. He still wears them today, you know.
Yeah. Didn't he have glaucoma?
I don't know. I think he just always worn them. But he still wears this. The funny thing is, he still wears the same style of glasses today as well, the sort of aviator style, but big.
Yeah, he's still got that big afro, is he? Because that's serious hair.
Of course he has.
Yeah.
Of course he has. When I went to the opticians and they said about the my, what did they call it? Oh God, not photosensitivity, but I've developed a photosensitivity to very bright lights.
Yes,
for various reasons that I won't go into. But and that's when they said about getting like tinted lenses, and I was like, well, I'm not going to wear sunglasses indoors because I'm not a douche.
Yeah. And
they said, well, you could get graduated lenses, and I was like, oh, I could look like Jeff Lynne. Oh, I'll have that, please. The first thing I thought was, wait, you mean I can legitimately have to wear Jeff Lynne glasses? And you expect me to be sad about this? Come on, no, I'm going to be very happy about this. Because now I can legitimately wear graduated lenses on camera.
It works.
Yeah. Well, it does two things. One, it actually stops me looking at the spotlight in front of me because that hurts my eyes and gives me headaches.
Oh.
But also it hides my eyes because I don't like my eyes. I don't like people seeing my eyes.
No, you've said before.
So I like that as well.
I wear
mostly
yellow lenses when I'm working under fluorescence because.
Yep.
I used to wear them all the time when I drove as well because.
Well, many years ago, I got a pair of two. I got my two for one glasses, and one pair was yellow. I got them, but that was when they could tint them really heavily yellow. So one pair was massively yellow, and one pair was just normal glasses. And I used to wear them all the time, except when I was drawing my comic strip because I had to obviously know what colours I was using. Yeah. That wouldn't have worked.
Okay, this thing didn't take too long to clean.
Yeah, but then you've got another 39 of them. Oh no, you've only got 4 at most.
No, I'm only going to put one in the fourth, so.
Ah.
Yeah, but
You've got me
Si,
thinking about
you're going to be rewarded when you do, mate.
Well,
You've got me think.
Go on.
I was gonna say, you got me thinking now about the fact I've given these guys the chainsaw blades. Somebody's going to pull me up on it.
Probably.
I think it might bite me in the ass. Well, we'll just have to find out.
I've purposely built mine just because I might play a game one day.
Yeah, Muse is saying too much time indoors, Foxy.
No, there's various reasons, but I'm not going to go into them in public.
Is it because you were abducted by aliens, and they had bright lights on the table where they were probing your butthole?
No, that's just I don't like people standing behind me.
Fair enough.
That's a different thing altogether.
I was just checking. It would have explained why you're so weird.
I'm not going to develop a sensitive to light because people probe my butt. That's not how that works.
Well, you know.
Probe.
I worry about Fox.
I wouldn't. Much better things to worry about. Worry about worms.
Earworms.
Worms. The things that worms have to go through today. It's not right. Poor things.
Muse has said time to go back to work. Catch you later. See you later, Muse.
Take care, Muse.
Yeah, Muse.
Big hugs.
Bye, Muse.
Bye, Muse! I could possibly get away with just these two colours, you know, for a rust base coat. A rust undercoat. Rust undercoat, even. Not rust.
Mate, if it works, it works.
Yeah. I know what I have decided to, and you'll like this, Col. I don't know why, but when I saw these two bits at the back,
Yes.
this bit here and that bit there,
Yeah.
to me, that just says...
Pardon?
Well, it says that, but to me, that just says that rubber mud flap on the back of a truck wheel, on the back of a truck mud flap.
Yeah.
The rubber bit.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make them black rubbery colour.
Yeah.
Rubberish rubbery.
You can tell that Cole agreed with that. Because when Cole agrees with something, he says yes about 5 times.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Either that or he says absolutely. Well, if he doesn't agree with it or he's just not really wanting to talk about it, he'll just say absolutely.
Yeah.
which means yeah, whatever. You carry on.
Yeah, I just go when Fox is on full chat about something, I just say yeah accordingly. It's the easiest way.
That's a big word for you, that accordingly.
I know it is, mate. The uneducated
Really hard.
Cockney said a 3-syllable word.
They're really hard to play as well.
Yeah.
You see what I did there?
Yeah. I'm just going to quickly
see what I did there?
Just going to quickly make a cup of tea.
Okie dokie. Ooh,
Cup
cup of tea. I could actually fancy a cup of coffee right now, to be perfectly honest. I'm having coffee thoughts. God damn it.
I thought you didn't really drink... No, it's tea you only drink, Barry's, but
Well,
don't really drink a ton of tea, is it?
no, I go through phases where I was drinking Barry's like it was going out of fashion, and then I suddenly stopped. And now what I'll do is I'll have like maybe a couple of cups of coffee a day. I kind of switch back and forth, but I'm not drinking. Since I had my high blood pressure and stuff, and I'm on blood pressure pills now and stuff. It's like I can't be drinking like 12 cups of coffee a day or 13 cups. It's not a good state of affairs.
No,
So lots of water and a few cups of tea or coffee. But I'm on a coffee kick at the minute because I was happily drinking me Barry's tea all day every day, and then I accidentally opened the big massive 7-litre thing of Dow Egbert's Gold, and I'm like, oh, that smell! Oh, this beautiful smell came out, and I'm like, I need to put all of that into a drink now.
Fair enough.
And unfortunately, it never tastes like it smells. It smells a lot better than it tastes.
As you know, I don't drink coffee, but if Bex ever makes a coffee and I get a whiff of it, I will admit, I do. Well, I don't particularly enjoy the smell, but I do suddenly feel more awake because it's in its like ground form, if you will. It's such a potent smell.
There's something brown and life affirming about it. It's a very brown smell, but a nice brown smell.
It's like when you smell like
It's earthy.
when you get a whiff of extra thin for the first time in the day, you're like, oh, hello.
Hello, whee!
Kind of.
You get a bit of a zizz.
Yeah.
You get a bit of a zizz going on. Oh, yeah. But I think it was also, the thing is as well, is that, especially when it got a bit warmer, what I tend to find is when I have tea, I don't mind cold tea. I can happily drink it, but I'd much rather it be warm or hot. Whereas with coffee, I don't care if it's hot or cold. I'll drink it because I like cold coffee.
Yeah.
So when it was earlier in the year, of course, I was drinking my tea, and I was drinking it because it was cold. I was drinking the tea when it was warm because it was a cold day, and therefore the tea was warming me up. And if it went cold, it wasn't that bad, but it was not great. But now it's got a bit warmer. I can have a cup of coffee and I can leave it to cook. I don't mind leaving it for half an hour to go cold because I can still happily drink it.
That's fair.
But I mean, I kind of got used to cold tea, but it's not as nice as coffee. And the thing is as well, you can't have a cup of tea and a chocolate biscuit. That just does not work. Cup of tea and a cup of coffee and a chocolate biscuit. It's a match made in heaven.
I don't drink coffee, mate.
I don't drink coffee, mate.
Paul D. Tomazzo's in, saying hello, ladies and germs. Hello, Paul.
Hello, ladies and gents.
Hello.
Yeah, I discovered that you can't eat an entire pack of chocolate digestives and have a cup of tea. It just doesn't work. It makes it taste horrible. But a cup of coffee, whoa.
It's going to quickly have Saint Weeks. She's got to take Met for me.
What are you going to have to eat, Cole?
Ham and salad cream wrap.
Woo! This is your 2-hour thing as well, so you're doing well.
I'm afraid, though.
Yeah.
I hope you haven't been making that wrap all by yourself, Cole, because otherwise the kitchen's going to look like a bomb site.
I did, mate.
Salad cream on the ceiling and all up the cupboards.
Well, he says it's salad cream.
Yeah. I'm actually quite anal when it comes to making stuff. I made this on a new plate, made sure there's no spillages anywhere.
That's not because you're anal, that's because you're terrified. Just be honest about it.
Well, yeah,
That's
I made
abject.
sure everything went back in the fridge as it was before I removed it. So she may not notice that I was actually there.
She'll notice. There's no such thing as she may not notice. That's just abject fear. Don't even pretend, Colin.
That was me clutching at straws, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of straws there that you didn't grab hold of. Diddle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
He knows me so well.
Oh, yeah.
Retro says coffee makes his inside want to be outside. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not for everybody. Some people can't stand it. I love it. But I go through phases. Sometimes I'll want to drink tea. But coffee is the drink that I can allow. I don't mind if it goes cold. But tea, I can drink cold tea, but I'd rather not. It's not as refreshing as cold coffee.
Paul D. Tomasso's just ordered a Mackie D's for late dinner. Wayne Model Work says, can you stop saying anal, please? I see what you mean there, Wayne. How you doing, mate? Nice to see you in, Wayne. I hope you're keeping well, mate.
If you tell Colin to stop doing something, it's not going to happen, is it?
No, it's because he's quite anal about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's all we did there.
Do 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 do.
So yeah, he's saying he's got nuggets and fries and a cheeseburger Happy Meal.
Ooh.
Chicken nugget.
A Happy Meal. What is he, 6?
See, me and Fox, when we order a Big Mac, we always have a burger chaser, mate, don't we?
Yeah, Big Mac and a quarter pounder. Sometimes a double quarter pounder.
Now, what you got to bear in mind...
Sometimes the Big Mac's the chaser, you know.
Yeah.
If they got one of them specials like the Italian stack or the funky dory Spanish or whatever it is, you know, you want to give it a try.
Yeah.
They're always disappointing though. That's your 2 o'clock warning, Col, but you've been up and about, haven't you? So.
Oh yeah, I've been stood up, mate.
You have? Good girl. We should start to hear the getting up music soon then, shouldn't we?
It's that mushy Harry. Yeah, got another half hour yet. Yeah, she's in the land of docileness at the moment, mate. Why do you think I did my food now?
Yeah. How did she end up in a situation where you had to prepare food for yourself? Doesn't she normally just take care of all that to make sure you don't go in the
Because
kitchen?
I had neglected to take my metformin an hour ago, see, and I've got me dinner next door. I've got steak and chips next door.
Oh, steak and chips.
Yeah, we had steak and mac and cheese tonight.
Oh, steak and mac and cheese. Ooh.
It was yeah. All right, I'll make you really hungry, Fox.
Oh, you will be anyway.
It was an inch thick ribeye.
Oh,
Ribeye steak's the best.
That
nice.
I cooked off in I cooked it off in a little bit of oil first, but then I basted it in garlic butter for about 10 minutes, and it was medium rare.
I want to marry you.
Well,
I want to come and stay with you for weeks and weeks and weeks. You're Gordon Ramsay.
I could live with
in
medium
disguise.
rare, but I'd prefer very, very rare. But
Blue steak.
oh yeah, but I mean blue's preferred. But I don't know if I'd trust anyone to make blue other than a highly trained chef in a restaurant with
We've
insurance.
got a good chef down here that whenever we go there, he always does me a blue steak.
Yep.
The usual.
Normally
he
I
goes,
would eat. Normally I would have it blue, but I wanted to butter baste it, and trying to baste it in butter and actually get that flavour in it.
You wanted
And
to
a
butter
good
baste it.
crust. Yeah. I love basting it with my ass. You know,
Ass basting. I'm gonna have to look at the state of my hands. Look at the state of my hands.
there isn't
Mess.
anything better on steak than a good anal basting.
You should have put. You should put your gloves on, mate. You're regretting it now, aren't you?
Now I'm doing manly painting with manly mess.
Hold up a minute.
Mess
The
that-
day you do something manly is the day I
This is
grow
the-
dreadlocks, mate.
This is manly mess that only. I'm
Colin,
not
you would
even
look-
rusting that, have I?
You would look absolutely sick with dreads.
I've not even been putting rust on that back piece. But then again, I primed it in grey for some dumbass reason. I'll have to prime it tomorrow in black and do rust on it then. Otherwise it won't match. So I shall keep these two rust colours to one side. Captain. Oh, I've got paint on me. Oh, look at
It's
that.
all going wrong for him now, isn't it?
I've got paint on my nice, neat, tidy workbench. Let me just clean that off now. Heresy, heresy.
All that effort he went to protect his cutting mats, so.
And that's where I've rested my hand or something. There's had some paint on it. Flange magnets.
Brilliant. I love it when a plan comes together.
Well, are you telling me you wouldn't put a painting mat down if you had to paint on the kitchen unit for some reason?
I wouldn't be so irresponsible as to paint
But
on
if you
one of
had to.
H's kitchen units.
But if you had to.
Mate, I'm not even got the testicles left to even contemplate such a silly thing, mate.
But if you had to, you would.
I wouldn't have to, mate, because I'm not going to give you ammo by saying I'd think about it, because I know you'd grass me up to her.
Just because you tell me you wouldn't do it doesn't mean that you wouldn't think about doing it. I know you too well.
These ideas
You can't get away with it.
These ideas may have entered my cranium at some point. in
Ding!
the
There we
past.
go. There we go.
I'm not going to confirm or deny. Oh, look at me.
See, I'm getting more panicky now.
Yeah.
I'm getting more flustered.
What
I am-
you're
Wait, what? No.
what you're failing to realise at this precise moment in time at Fox is that we would probably both put a painting mat down on our nice cutting mats, but just because you're doing it on camera, you get mocked for it.
Yes, I have
Who's
not
the
noticed
correct
this.
answer?
Right. Thoughts, Cy Reynolds.
Yes.
If I want to add a little more of an orangey tone, just subtle to this, what's a good colour?
Right. You're going to need to start that sentence again because my sound dropped
Right.
out. Just as you said, thoughts, Simon Reynolds, and then you started saying something and my sound dropped out. So.
Thoughts, Simon Reynolds. That's a bad idea. Right. This is the colour I've got so far. It's actually a bit more. It looks a bit just brown on camera, but it's actually got an orange tint to it in real life.
Right, the paint that is in the row nearest your left hand, down, that one. If you're
That
going for an
is-
orange tone.
That's Wild Rider Red.
Yeah, but Wild Rider Red is actually an orange.
I don't want to be mixing though.
Okay. Okay,
This
put
is-
that one
this is from
down
the
and
pot.
go right to. What's that one?
That one is Troll Slayer Orange.
Yeah, probably that one.
I don't want it to be too orange though, because it's got to be like a rust tone. You really want more of a...
So you don't necessarily need to mix, but why don't you go in Rhinoxide first, and then grab some of your orange on the same brush, and it will mix in the brush.
That'll contaminate the pots though.
Well then, like, get a little bit out on your painting mat.
That's far too much like hard work.
Give up whilst you're behind the side. That's what I would do.
What's the colour on the top row, second in from the left?
That one.
Yeah.
Is it Fire Dragon Bright? Fire Dragon Bright, I guessed it.
So that's even brighter than the other.
Well, it's kind of you want an orange, but not too much of an orange. You want a yellowy orange, don't you?
I think Troll Slayer orange, but a very very light Troll Slayer orange.
Ooh, what's that? I was thinking Avalanche Sunset a little bit. It's got to be really subtle, hasn't it? It's got to be like it. I mean, a lot of this is going to get covered up, but this has got to be a really subtle dry brush now for just little patches.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, did you
That's
just
Fire
say,
Dragon Bright, you numpty.
Did you just associate yourself and subtle with one simple... Wow, I'm impressed, soldier.
I know. Me and subtle. Well, I am subtle. Look at that highlights I put on me beaky marines.
Yeah, that's true. You are definitely subtle when trying to display your skill.
Yeah. Shut up! Cowbag.
You even agreed.
You let me put paint on my workbench now, on my clean bit. Tart. And I'm going to have to get more kitchen roll now. My challenge at the minute is to try and identify which brand of kitchen roll Duncan uses based on the pattern. I've not quite figured it out yet.
Oh my god, I'm worried about you.
I'm determined to see if he gets the same cheap crap from Amazon that I use. It looks kind of very similar with swirly dot patterns. It might be the same crap Amazon.
Regina Blitz, I think it's called.
Well, that's the thick stuff. That's what I sometimes use, but this is the cheaper stuff.
Yeah.
It's just like you buy like a pack of 70 rolls for like £3.50 or something off Amazon.
The problem is, like, for the good, like, Regina Blitz, or I think the other brand that's just as good is called Plenty, it's like £5 for 2 or 3 rolls.
Yeah.
They are big rolls, but it's still far too expensive.
They're big rolls, but the thing is, for the things...
You're a big roll.
I am a big lad, so thanks for, bullying me because of my weight.
Yeah, I can feel your pain. Are you doing this now through tears, Si?
I really am,
Shit, what was my other colour that I used for the...
It's all right, mate. I'm here for you, Si. I'm here, mate.
Sizest prick. Next you'll be going on about disabilities. Fucking hell. Just to tap me where it hurts. God.
Little bits of you are dying inside, aren't they, mate?
Is he still going? Scrag Brown, that's a good rust colour, but I've already used it.
Scrag Brown. What, have you got Mornfang Brown?
Ooh. I might have. I don't want to go dark now. I've gone from dark. I'm going to light.
Yeah, but layers, dude. Layers.
Yeah. That's Gorthor Brown, the most pointless. Oh, yeah, I've got... Oh, yeah, Mornfang Brown. I forgot about that.
There you go.
XV88. Oh, that's a great rust colour.
I would say that's too bright, but that's personal preference.
See, he insults you, Si, and then he asks for your help, mate. I mean, I admire you, mate, for working through the tears there, dude.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, because Simon would never insult me.
I never have insulted you, you flange magnet.
Flange magnet. Dude, you can't insult me with words that I made up. That's not how it works.
Well,
yeah.
Oh,
I recognise that phrase somewhere.
If you're going to insult me with a word, make up your own goddamn word, you lazy bastard.
Yeah, all of my words involve demonetisation, though. That's the problem.
Rhinoxide!
Oh, that's long gone, mate. Don't worry about that.
Mornfang Brown, made to make... Ooh, that sounded a bit lumpy.
That was a good one.
Now this might actually just blend in too much and not be anything too different. Let's have a go.
Your face might just blend in too much and not be a bit different.
Your ass might just blend in too much.
I'd love my ass to blend in. Jesus.
When insults go wrong. Next on Sky One, when insults go wrong.
Jesus, if I could get rid of this thing, I'd shed kilos.
I saw some. What was it? I saw some story today. I will scroll. This is just blending in. It's not really standing out at all. Mornfang Brown.
Candy Graham says, I want this to look more orangey. What colour should I use? Makes him think of, I want this food to taste more oniony. What should I have? Yeah.
You know what I mean. I don't want to necessarily. Let's try some extra.
That, Jeff, is what we commonly know as a foxism.
Yes. Yeah, I saw some story as I was scrolling down, and I had to look at it because I was like, what? And you know when you just want to look at someone and just slap them and just say, you're an idiot?
Yeah, all the time.
Every time I see your face on a Monday night.
I was just going to say that.
I'm painting rust now.
Oh, brilliant.
See this rust that I'm painting?
1000 XP there, Si.
Thanks.
I'll just keep painting this rust. Rust.
Are you talking through tears there, Fox? You are, aren't you?
Me? No, I'm not. I don't do tears. Hop along.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, you got the big guns out now.
Hey, I don't know
anyway,
if that was aimed at me or at Si.
We're both, I think.
We're both making a challenge, didn't we?
Two-part insult, that one.
Did I get some extra splash damage on that one?
I'm impressed, mate.
You effectively just AoE'd us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Fire spell.
Oh,
so anyway, I saw this headline, and the story was basically... And I just sat there thinking, you dumb... This woman had plastic surgery, which is, you can see where it's going. She had plastic surgery to give her a bigger ass, but now she's not been able to sit down for a year.
Oh.
But she's happy because she's got a bigger... And I'm like, some people just... What? And she looks like the typical far too much plastic surgery, not like someone you want to meet in a dark alley. And it was like... Why would I don't understand. I've not been able to sit down for a year. She said, I've taught myself how to poop standing up.
It's a thing now, though, isn't it? Women like to have big asses. It's like...
But it's like, if the plastic surgery means you can't actually sit down, then don't have the plastic surgery.
So, I know you two don't do TikTok, but...
No, I'm not like 18, so...
I was watching a TikTok the other day.
Also, I hate portrait mode.
It really, Yeah, but portrait mode when it's taken up...
for that.
Portrait mode when it's taken up your entire screen, because you don't watch TikTok with your device in landscape mode. Portrait mode makes sense.
Portrait mode is illegal.
Well, it's not when it's taken up the entire screen, dear.
But you shouldn't watch the... Go on, yes.
This TikTok summed up today's or the next generation. It was a man who was interviewing a couple, and he asked the woman that if this bloke liked like Instagram posts or whatnot of other women in bikinis, does that piss her off? Is it like a form of cheating in her eyes? And she was like, yeah, that's fucking outrageous, that is. And then the interviewer asked her if she thinks it's okay that she posts bikini pictures for attention. And she was like, yeah, it's totally 100% okay. And I was just like, oh my God. And the interviewer, like...
SMH.
The video ended with the interviewer just saying to the bloke, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Which was great. But, yeah.
Right, this colour's working out quite nicely. It's giving it a nice...
What colour's that?
This is XV88.
Fair.
It's toning down the orange a little bit and giving it a little bit of a... I don't know. A slightly older rust effect. I'll leave some bits still with the orangey bits. I think I need to get out of the habit of doing all of it and just do it in places. That's the trick I need to do.
Have you, or are you going to pop on any typhus corrosion to any select areas?
I don't know. I mean, keep in mind most of this will be covered up.
Well, yeah, true.
I'll leave some panels completely rusted. I've never actually really used typhus corrosion.
It's a good paint.
I like the texture of it.
Yeah, texture's nice. But obviously, the rusted panels do generally have some texture.
Yeah. I think things like the spikes and stuff, what I'll do is they won't really get any paint on them because they'll just be like raw iron or something. But what I'll do is when I get to the end, I'll do some like flagrant orange perhaps, or some of the other. What was the other one called? The shade Cassandra yellow is quite nice to really orange them up into a bright rust. That might be quite nice. I should get some panels a slightly different colour, you see. So
yeah, I think the pigment powders will come out as well, won't they, for rust?
Yeah, maybe. Don't know yet. We shall see how it goes. It's going to be interesting trying to do chipping the other way around because, like I say, I'm used to painting chips onto a painted surface.
Yeah.
But what I'll be doing this time is painting the paint onto the rusted surface.
Yeah, leaving
so I'll be so leave it. I'm doing it like the other way around.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I would highly recommend Foxx if you want some inspiration. Find a YouTube channel. It's literally just called Richard Gray.
Yeah.
Richard Gray is, I think, 6-time, might be 7 now, Golden Demon winner.
Oh yeah.
But he's been painting a lot of his Horus Heresy stuff, essentially doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
So he'll start by stippling rust, but he also stipples his armor color.
I think I saw somebody paint something saying, I've seen a video by a guy who tried this, and somebody was doing that recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was I watching? I can't remember who I was watching. It might have been John Bias. I think he did something where he was trying a stippling effect.
But, so, the video I'd recommend where he did it on not a huge, but like a larger scale miniature, would be he painted a Contemptor.
Oh yeah.
An Imperial Fist Contemptor, completely. The armor was essentially completely stippling.
Yeah.
From brown tones, and then obviously his armor color was yellow in this case.
Yeah.
But it was totally done with stippling.
But that's kind of what I was thinking about how I'm going to do it. And of course, one way to do it would to just be paint it like I normally paint it. Do some paint patches, like squiggly line, fill that in with the paint, and then paint the chips around the edge and do that kind of effect. But then another option is I had thought about doing like stippling the paint on, like the colour paint. So if there's a blue panel, you stipple on the blue in some places so it looks like it's been worn away. So I might have to have a look at that. Because I was thinking about that is the best way to do these things. I think I'll make the exhausts more orange, so I'll leave them as they are because they'll be more orange than some of these other panels. What I am loving is, though, all the bits where I've put on rivets.
Yeah.
From our friend Wendy Hickson. Like there's a few bits where I've put a plastic card piece and some rivets on to cover up a big gap.
Yeah.
You can't see them now. You'd be hard pressed to see them.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because they just disappear into all the rivets and panels. It's great. Love it.
I don't
Right,
like it.
I am going to get some rest, lads.
Yeah,
So
no
I will
worries,
catch you next
Si.
week.
You take care,
Si.
mate. You take care,
Good
buddy.
night. I'll find that video and send you a link because otherwise you'll forget what.
Big
Okay,
hugs,
ta-ta.
Big hugs to
Right.
Mrs. S.
Bye guys. Love to
Bye.
Bye. Well, love to all except for Fox because he's a tit head.
He's an
I'll
anal-
tell Mama Fox. I'll
he's
tell
an
Mama
anal
Fox to
deposit.
never. I'll tell Mama Fox never to give you hugs again.
Oh,
I'll tell Mama Fox how bad you've been to me, and she'll sort you out. Don't you worry.
I should give him a medal. Yes.
Has he gone?
No, he's still there. His icon's still there.
Yeah. He's waiting there to see what we say about him now. Right.
Wouldn't do such a thing.
Yes, you would. And you know it.
You're a git.
Yeah. Right, I think that's going to do for that. Oh, I've got the feet to do. A little bit on the feet. What are you doing? How's yours coming along, buddy? I've not really looked at yours.
It's just goes up in his Technicolor thing at the moment, but
all the wonderful colours.
Yeah, it's just getting different bits down. Still,
why does yours look 4 times as big as mine? I still don't get that.
Yeah, there's 50 shed loads to do. Don't get me wrong. I just wanted to get some base colours down, just to get some different colours. Some I might keep, some I might go over with something else. I don't know yet. I'm just going with whatever comes into my head.
Just having fun with it, aren't you?
Yeah, you know, obviously you've got different shades to do. Although I've gone over initially with a contrast, I should still come back with a lighter colour just to do some edge highlighting and pick out rivets and chisel like that. So, yeah, it's different. I kind of want to go for it's as much or as many different bits of scrap metal as they could find.
Yeah, so it's all over the place.
Yeah, so it's a bit higgledy-piggledy, but it'll come together.
I like that phrase.
It's got a ring to it, innit? Higgledy-piggledy.
Higgledy-piggledy. Higgledy-piggledy. It sounds better with a London accent.
Yeah, so, yeah, it's one of them, innit? This is where this little turntable does come in handy, because you just spin it around and have a looky-loo. And
you've got to make the turntable music noise there. You've got to do the music box music.
Yeah, I can't do music box music. I'm not good at it. I leave that to the expert. Candygram has put a link in for Richard Gray's channel. Cheers, Jeff, mate. No worries,
I've probably
buddy.
actually seen it. I just don't remember it.
Yeah.
They always look really messy when you do this because you've got no plan of where everything's going to go.
Yeah.
It's only when you start getting all the other colours in, it starts to come together.
It's the worst stage of doing a paint job, innit? Because you kind of know where you want to go with it. But in the very early stages, it's like, and then you reach that point, don't you? You think, oh, God. But then, like I say, suddenly things just fall into place.
It's like it's like your initial first layer, first ink outline and watercolour layer of a drawing, of a cartoon.
Oh, yeah.
Before you put the proper ink outline on.
Yeah.
And it looks like absolute bish.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I mean, these ain't going to be 10-minute paint jobs, are they? It's going to be a
no.
a labour of love.
These are going to take forever.
There'll be changes, many changes. There'll be bits that you go, does it work? Does it not?
You sound like Jon Snow. Here we go. There we go. Does it work? Does it not? Who knows? Tories, Liberals, anybody?
Get the old swingometer out, if that's what it's called.
Yeah. A little bit of orange. Well, let's bring in some of these panels out nicely. A little bit of orange. Yeah. Because the good thing is, if I get all this down now, then I can get to the point where I've painted 32 panels and I get bored and I just leave the rest as rust. Because I'm like, right, screw it, that one's rusty now, I can't be bothered painting it. Not that I would ever do such a thing. Not that I would ever do such a heinous thing. I said heinous. So, how have you been, Colin? What have you been up to, my old buddy?
Not a great deal, really, mate. As you know, it's been pretty much sweltering, innit? So, kind of just step back a little bit and kept to myself, really, to try and get through the heat wave, because it was too nuclear in here to do anything. So,
now, some people have mocked us for saying about the heat wave. People who don't live in the UK. have said, dude, it's like 30 degrees. I get 40 degrees every day of the year.
Yeah.
And we always have to say, please do keep in mind, we're in the UK.
Yes.
Where 99% of the houses don't have any air conditioning, and 99% of houses are designed to keep heat in the winter, not keep warmth out in the summer.
Yeah.
Because we don't have hot summers, not normally.
No. Brick and breeze, and it is wall insulated, ceiling insulated. It's like a little hot box.
So to somebody who lives in a hot place where they have air conditioning and it's all normal, it does make no sense. They're like, what, 30 degrees, what's that? But then it's like, yeah, but we don't have air conditioning. And our houses are insulated against the cold. So,
yeah, the heat is retained. The only way we can let any cool air in is to have all our doors open, and then you have no furniture because the local burglars have taken it.
Yeah. It gets to the point where you have to develop your routine of, like, you have all your curtains and windows closed all day.
Yeah.
All of them, every single one. So the house is in darkness.
Yeah.
So you spend the whole day with all the lights on because it's really dark.
Yeah.
And that keeps hopefully the sun out. And then as soon as it goes a bit cooler outside in the evening, you can open all your windows and curtains.
Yes.
And you have to hope that all the heat that's built up in the house will leave.
Will dissipate before the morning. Yeah.
Yeah, by whatever action. But it doesn't always work, because if you don't have good airflow through the house, it's not going to go anywhere. So, like, when it comes to an evening, I'll open the landing window. The problem we've got in this house is that the downstairs is always nice and cool.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't get the direct sun so much, and it's got thick curtains on the front and blinds on the back. The back of the house, this room, that has the sun shining through the window from like 8 in the morning till like 3 in the afternoon.
Yeah, a whole of our back of our house is like that.
Yeah, and I've only got little thin curtains because I've got these little thin white curtains that actually let a lot of light through them, because it helps keep the room nice and bright. So they don't really help that much.
No.
So this room gets really hot. So yeah, it's a tricky situation. But it's not so much that it's worth us buying air conditioning, because why would you spend all that money on air conditioning for like 2 weeks a year?
Yeah.
Same reason we don't buy tyre chains for our cars, because we don't have that much ice.
No, that's right.
We don't have snow chains because we're not snowed in for weeks and weeks on end normally. So, yeah. So we struggled in this country.
It's dare I say, it's a different kind of heat almost as well, and it is a very...
It's British heat.
We get a lot of humidity, and it's awful. Like
whatever normal heat's
Spain, like, and sitting 30 degree out there, no problem.
Yeah, it's dry.
Yeah, over here it is such a heavy, wet heat. It's horrible, isn't it?
Well, I read one thing where some guy was saying, "I've just come back." He said, "Nonsense. This isn't a problem. You know, we go on holiday to get temperatures like this."
Yeah.
And the response was, "Yeah, you go on holiday to countries where the houses are built to deal with the temperature."
Oh yeah, they're aerated bricks for a start, not like the big engineering bricks we got.
And they're all painted white to reflect the heat, and they're not got like twin walls and insulation. So yeah, of course it's nicer when you go to Spain, because that's what they're used to. That's what they're designed for. Chump.
Yeah, you tell them, Fox. Give them a bit of your mind.
And anyway, it's British heat. British heat's worse than everybody else's heat, because of course it is. It's British. It's more miserable and depressing.
Yeah. Otherwise, what would us Brits have to moan about?
Yeah. But the other thing, of course, is for me, the worry is, of course, I've got to be conscious of the fact I've got an 83-year-old in the house.
Yeah.
So I have to be really conscious of, the temperatures.
Yeah.
Like I was having to get her up early saying, you have to get out of bed now because it's 1,000 fucking degrees in here. We need to get out.
Even with all the fans going in here, it was 95 degrees, and I'm like, I can't just sit in it. I'm sorry, but...
No. Well, the thing is, I was keen to get Mama Fox downstairs because, like I say, downstairs stays nice and cool.
Yeah.
So if I can keep her downstairs as long as possible, then I know she's not overheating.
Yeah.
Too much. Because, she's had strokes and stuff. She doesn't need to be overheating. So
of course, in this room, I've got me boiler, two computer servers, 3D printers. It's like...
Yeah, you've got all that crap going on.
It's like, yeah. Hopefully my 3D printer didn't interrupt with the stream too much earlier, but it's off now.
Oh, no, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I had it going, mate.
I didn't hear it. I don't know. I mean, I've got an earpiece that misses out 90% of all the audio, so
Yeah. So hopefully it
I'm
didn't,
sure it was fine.
didn't come through loud, folks. But
That's a nice orangey tone. Orange was a good idea, Si Reynolds. You still a gimp? That'll be your alarm.
yeah, because you've got good hearing. I only knew that was going because I felt my wrist vibrate.
Well, I guess you've turned it down, but it sounded like your alarm.
Yeah, the phone's my phone's around somewhere in the drawer, probably.
Got to say, Troll Slayer Orange is a good choice over these browns, just to give a little bit orange twinge.
Oh, good.
Very
shout.
lightly applied, just to some areas. Very lightly applied. It's
Oh,
not
Slayer
too orange that it
orange.
just looks like orange. It's light enough that it looks like lighter rust.
I don't even know whether I've got that. I have as well.
Have you?
Oh.
Now, I have to say to people, I do have to apologise that people, when I start painting things properly, you're not really going to see much because I've got no way to put the camera on the other side. Because my extender cable died. So I've got the... That was a bit bad. I've got the camera connected directly in, so it's only got a short string on it. So you're only going to get camera on that side, I'm afraid.
I'm sure we can tolerate it.
Yeah. It's not like you're going to miss anything watching through a webcam anyway.
Yeah, I've got to print more paint racks during the week as well because I may have outgrown my paint rack.
I can't imagine why you would have outgrown your paint rack. I don't want to come through on camera, but I like that orange now, going from the orange to the browns to the
Yeah,
darkness of the
it
black.
works.
It's quite nice.
It does work, mate.
If ever you want to do rusty metal, like when I do my little dreadnought, I've got that piece of metal on the floor,
Yeah.
like a piece of diorama. I just do it like black, then a couple of brown tones, ready
Yeah.
browns, and then this, and I just dry brush it or stipple it like this,
Yeah.
and it always comes out looking nice.
Makes perfect sense, mate.
Yep.
Exactly how I did the primer and grey shades.
Yeah.
Out with a dry brush,
I mean, that's-
but just stipple, and yeah.
Well, that's the weird thing. Rust effects are really hard to do, but this kind of rust basing, where you're just doing making it look like rust, is dead easy.
Yeah.
To do rust effects like streaks and bits and bobs is hard, but to just make something all over rust is like
Yeah.
random
This is
stipulation.
it. I mean, I'm only rusting round the edges, and then I shall do me rust chips further up. So I'm doing it similar, but not all over. If that makes sense. Because you're going to have quite a few rusty panels, aren't you? So.
I'll get lazy and leave some of them rusty, where I can't be bothered painting them anymore. I'm like, yeah, I'm bored now. But I do need to have a look for more Death Skull stuff, because I need to start looking at the whole thing of Death Skulls is blue, and I'm kind of familiar with it.
Yeah.
Because if I do lots of orc stuff, if I ever do build my own orc army, there's going to be Death Skulls, and I'm just not that familiar. And there's unfortunately not a lot of Death Skulls reference material out there.
No.
Not a lot of people do Death Skulls, which is kind of annoying.
Exactly. A lot of people do the bad moons, don't they? But
Yeah, or the red dudes. The
Yeah. normally
What
see
you
the
call
red.
it?
The reds.
what are the red ones?
Oh, I'll have to get me book, mate. Me book.
What are the red ones? Goths are black. Bad Moons are yellow.
Yeah, something. Oh, yeah.
I can't think. My brain's not working. Goths are black. Bad Moons are yellow. Death Skulls are blue.
Yeah.
What the? Oh man!
Trying to think.
Because the red's all about speed.
Goths, is it?
No, Goths is black.
Goths is black. Evil
Bad Moons
Sons.
are yellow. Evil Sons. That's it.
Evil Sons.
Evil
Death
Sons are-
Skulls. Blood Axe. Bad Moons.
What? Don't know what colour blood axes are.
Snakebite Clan.
Snake bites are brown. They tend to have a lot of brown. on
What
theirs.
one's the one you said? Blood Axe.
Yeah, well, I don't know what colour.
Uh,
Are they green?
Yeah, they are a bit green, yeah.
Because like red, Evil Sons is red, and that's all about speed. Because
Yeah.
they're all about cars and vehicles.
They're
Bad Moons is yellow.
Yeah, their glyph features crossed choppers.
Yep. Although the thing about Flashgits is also, their Flashgits not a clan though, is it? Bad Moons is yellow, and yellow is like all the yellow ones are supposed to be like they're the richest
Yeah, the chief,
clans,
innit?
aren't they? Yeah. Blue Death Skulls, they're
Death
about
Skulls.
tech. They're the one. They're the best at taking scrap and turning it into machines.
Yeah, are light-fingered, untrustworthy and insular, with a mean streak a mile wide. There are none more skilled when it comes to looting the battlefield and cobbling together weapons and tanks from junk.
Yep. Goths are black. I don't know what their thing is.
Let's have a looky.
Have you got a list of all the different clans there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it, mate. Give us a chance.
Have you got a codex? Almost.
Yeah. You know I have.
Not like you're in the hole or anything.
Not at all. It just happened to be on the side there, right next to me. Big, violent, brutally direct, and utterly disinterested in anything they consider to be mucking about. The Goths go to war in huge hordes and trample their enemies to the floor by dint of sheer aggression. Yes, it is the Goths. That's what I said.
Yeah. So what's Bad Moons then? Are they the ones that are rich? It's all about wealth and bling.
Bad Moons are showy gits with too many teeth for their own good. They know how to dive for cover when the yellow dog balloons open fire for the sheer amount of dakka that a Bad Moons warband kicks out is amazing to behold.
So for you, it's all about bling.
All about the bling, mate, innit? Like I said, it's not enough guns.
Yeah. More guns, more bling. Try not to get yourself shot.
Exactly.
What are the other ones? What does it say? Oh, no, you've done mine, haven't you?
Death Skulls. Evil Sons, did we do that?
I don't think you've done them yet.
Evil Sons are the most definitely speed freaks. If it goes fast, kills people violently, and is painted bright and garish red, then an Evil Son's alt probably already has 3 of them. And out there, undoubtedly would want another one. And then Blood Axes are generally held to be a bit unorky by most greenskins. The reputation comes from their tendency to use battlefield tactics to great effect. Nothing surprises me an enemy commander like ought to actually think about how and where to fight. Ugh.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and they, I think they have. I don't know if it's their faction that where you have Ork Commandos are actually part of their clan, and Ork Commandos are very rare orcs that actually use like stealth.
Yeah.
And they try and sneak behind enemy lines and cause damage. They don't just run into battle, and it's like very unorky.
And then the Goths see it very much as an orc's orc. They're big, violent, brutally direct, and utterly disinterested in anything they consider to be mucking about. The Goths go to war in... Do I? All right, then I'll shut up.
That one. No, I thought I might as well stop you reading it again.
No, that's all right, mate. I'm only trying to help, mate. Yeah, I've been going backwards and forwards to help you out, and now you're mocking me. All right.
I'm not mocking you. I'm just saving you from reading it all out again.
No, that's all right, mate. Kill a man when he was getting into form.
I can't think. Is that all of them plans now?
Oh, yes, all I'm reading now, because I'm not going to read no more. Sodger. Nah.
Get that bottom lip back in.
That's all of them, mush.
Lovely. I have grown to love orcs.
It's just
not as much as some round here.
No, it's I couldn't possibly know you meant size gone.
Because you are an orc. You love orcs because you are an orc.
I am, mate.
They're orcs are your spirit animal.
Reincarnated as an orc.
What is your spirit animal? Dirty, great big orc.
Oh, innit? Because it's a thing, innit? I'm just going to mute because I want to ring the Doris, mate.
Okay. He's got a ringer now and say, get your backside out of bed. Yes, Colin's spirit animal is a big dumb orc. Horde. Right, I think we might be just about done with the rustiness, I think. I'm just about done being covered in paint and transferring it everywhere. Oh, I've got to do the head yet, I forgot that bit. I don't want to put too much rust on the barrels, because the barrels are going to be painted different colours anyway. It makes no sense to have rusty barrels. I'm talking about orcs, I'm talking about making sense. Of course, the missiles will get painted different colours as well. So, but this is really just a base coat, just think of it like a primer layer. I've got my black primer. This is like if you could spray on rust effects as a primer coat, that's what this is for. A lot of this will disappear and vanish. But the beauty with rust is whatever rust effects you want to go for this kind of basing, It's not even hard. Just stick to ready browns. Ready browns. Start with the dark brown, then go for like some lighter ready browns, warm that kind of ochre browns, and then orange of some sort. Maybe even some yellow here and there, but whatever works. It's not hard.
A bit of orange. Edward Leonard's off. See you later, he says. See you later, Edward. You take care, my man.
See you later, buddy. Thank you for coming in. Is she getting up?
Yeah, it's surfacing.
I'll keep my ear open for the boiler.
Yeah. I say it's my dear wife.
She may not watch this stream, but everybody watching this will maybe one day talk to her. So
Grass me up at any opportunity. Yeah,
of course they would.
of course they
Would they grass you up? Absolutely.
Absolutely, mate. I'd do the same.
Absolutely.
I'd grass myself up just to stop you doing it. Fox is going to tell you that I touched your oven. Just to let you know, I did.
Show me on the oven where Festa touched you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna order one of them little like children's easy bake oven things and send it to you.
Oh, you're right.
Yes. Oh, now here's the thing.
Yes.
Here's the thing. It's Chris's birthday on the 9th of September.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Is he levelling up?
To the big number, yeah.
He's 5, is he?
Yeah, he's 5. He's 5 this year.
Ah.
I'm thinking you and I should have some discussions later about.
Yeah, we'll do something. Yeah,
not anything expensive, like, because we should do something.
Yeah, because we are absolutely. Yeah.
Chris, you might get a picture of Warhammer or a picture of something.
yeah. You'll get a picture of something that we thought of buying you, but we couldn't.
Picture of 135th Dora. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the big 5-0 this year. Bless him. I was never that young.
No, this is where it all starts going wrong.
Well, I said to him, do expect to all the old people diseases and problems and things to suddenly occur all at once on the same day. It's pretty much what happened to me.
Yeah, you go to bed at 49, you wake up at 50, and it's like, what just happened to me?
And how did all those bits of me get down there?
Yeah. Panzer Cat is in, saying good morning all. Hello, Panzer.
Hey, Panzer.
How you doing, mate?
Do you want to know how overthinking I'm doing this? I've started channeling orcs a little bit. You know, you get all the glyphs in this set. You get all the little stick-on glyphs.
Yes.
One of them is the little punchy fist.
Oh, right, yeah.
So I've stuck it on the side of that because that's the glyph for boss.
Yeah.
So, of course, there's the boss. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I got my little fist.
Unfortunately,
Got my little fist at the front. Yeah.
there you go. See, I looked up the other ones, but none of the other ones. There's mech and there's boss, and the other one was like, one of them was like weird, and that was about it. So I couldn't really make any.
Glued anything and everything in the box to the Stomper because that is the method, isn't it? Everything goes on the Stomper.
Oh yeah. What I might do. There's not really any decals to put on this, but we'll have some like little decals in the orcs that like checkers and stuff.
Yeah.
But what I might do is go through my decal sheet of orc glyphs, because you do get loads of orc glyphs, and I've got a translation matrix somewhere, and I'll try and figure out an orky name, because you can put like the owner of the mech, the owner of the thing name on it. So when I did my orc plane, I put the pilot's name on the back.
That's right. I remember you saying, yeah.
So I'll see if I can do something similar on this, just to say who the owner of this big Stomper is.
They are just insane, aren't they? Let's be honest.
They're just silliness. I'm growing to like orcs. But I've not actually painted an orc yet, so this is the important bit.
Yeah.
If they're really hard to paint the figures, then I'll suddenly go off orcs.
No, I've got 2 or 3 boxes that I've got to paint, and it's like, I built.
Well, it's all flesh. If they're all wearing clothes, it's fine. But like Astra Militarum, it's a face and a hand. There you go. I can do that. If it's the entire body's exposed, apart from trousers, we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, quite a few of them are, but I'm sure a man of your capability.
Jeff says, I'll chip in for a gift for the soon-to-be over-the-hill gross models. Cool.
Yeah, we want to do something. He's a good friend, Chris, at the end of the day. Yeah. I'm sure he would be utterly made up.
Mortified. I mean, happy.
Oh, he shouldn't have, but yeah, it's just part of our core group, isn't he?
Now, keep in mind, he once sent me a mankini.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not saying it's going to be a grown-up Prezi because, you know, this is Chris and we, you know, we want to mock him as much as he'd mock us.
Oh, he would mock. Right, I'm going to adjust my colour a bit to see if I can get my colour to look a bit more like it actually looks in real life. Because what you're seeing there is kind of brown.
Yeah, there's a lot of oranges in it. I've been watching.
Yeah.
You're crystal
Let me
clear
see
on
if-
my screen, so...
Yeah, it's just the colour's not quite. Let me see if I can tweak my colour a little bit. No, I've got colour intensity and that's it.
Yeah.
Not quite that. It's probably more like that, maybe. Maybe.
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
Maybe that's a bit more like the actual colour.
Yeah,
Still
similar,
not quite right.
Similar to the oils, isn't it? The
Yeah.
the Abtai lung. I can't read the writing there. It's too far from me, so I'll have to pick it up.
It's kind of. It looks about right. You're
Yeah.
kind of seeing it almost about right. I mean, you've got the orange tips of the things down here.
Sort of.
It's more orange than brown, but you get the
Yeah.
idea.
We do, dear. We get the idea, dear.
Right, what I think I'll do first is get some more water,
Yeah. Grab yourself some water, mate.
and then I'll do some chat dollying for a little bit. Give
That's
myself a
all right,
5 minute
mate.
break. Just go and get some water back in a sec,
Yeah, no worries, mate.
and give myself some clean water as well.
Yeah. No worries, mate. What we got going on in the chat, come to think of it. Heat wave in the UK says Jeff is awful and it's made the news here. Yeah, it's our country just hasn't got the infrastructure for it, Jeff. You know, like Fox was saying, our houses aren't built for heat, so to speak. They're built to insulate, to keep us warm in the winter. So it's very engineered bricks, insulate. So of course, when you do get a hot spell, it's like sitting in a cooker. We don't have aircon. Aircon for us is a huge luxury. It's not a down the store and get for 50 quid thing. It's all out a man to get it professionally installed because our regulations say that's the only way we can do it. We looked at it recently and it was expensive. So, very expensive. Bit more colour on some of them. A few more yellows going.
And we're back.
And just saying hello to Wayne. He's still about somewhere.
I shall scroll back up chat if you want and do a bit of chat dollying for a minute.
Yeah, you have a breather, mate. I'm only just...
I just remember when I was cleaning out my paint pot. I always empty my water pot and stuff. I use the bathroom sink.
Yeah.
I just remember, like, when Mama Fox first came out of hospital last year.
Yeah.
And we had carers for a month just to get her up and washed. You know, make sure she was getting up and help her get washed and stuff. And the first carer came. She's a lovely lady. She walked into the bathroom. Said, "Have you got any bleach?" I said, "Yeah, I've got some spray bleach." She sprayed the bathroom sink and started scrubbing it vigorously.
Yeah.
And I said, "What are you doing?" And she went, "Well, the sink's filthy."
Yeah.
And she was like, she was kind of embarrassed. She said, "The sink's filthy." And I went, "Oh, no, that's paint." I emptied my paint pot. She went, "Oh, I thought it was like a really minging. I thought it was like a really crappy house with a really minging sink." I said, "No, it's paint. I do paint." She went, "Oh, right, I'll stop scrubbing it then." She said, "You won't get anywhere."
Yeah, you won't get anywhere.
Bless her.
We tried.
Yeah, don't forget, folks, we haven't asked the question yet. Bench and belly and drink. Bench, belly and beverage.
I answered that right at the beginning of the show, mate.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, we did get some answers, didn't we?
We did. I read them out.
We did. Fox, you've missed a bit, says Paul Lewis. Thank you. Every little helps is Fox's chat up line, says Scale Modelling Chaos. Thank you very much. £10. Larry Russo is in.
Hello, Larry. How you doing, buddy?
This is ages ago. Said call them back when I was saying about Mama Fox's rubbish voicemail message. "Hello, Mama Fox. Did you have a good holiday? Bye."
Yeah, bless her.
Bobbin says it's possible you're overthinking this. I'm guessing that was probably aimed at me.
Us overthink things? Never.
Never.
Perish the thought.
Candygram says, it's really interesting that desktop computer OSs are adopting features and design cues that started with mobile devices.
Yeah.
And I'm struggling to remember there's a word. There is a word or a name for the style of making something look like a real thing when it's not, like making a button on a screen for, I don't know, a waste paper.
Yeah.
Like your recycle bin look like an actual bin.
Yeah.
It's something like orthographic skew, but it's not orthographic.
Yeah,
it's some word like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's what they're moving away from.
Yeah, it's almost gone to very poorly animated or cartoonish icons, isn't it? Very flat, two-dimensional stuff.
Going back to flat symbols now, which is fine. I don't know if you read this one, but Jamie said, I've just popped in to say hi as I'm still getting over chocolate Velociraptor, so I'm going to try and get some sleep.
Bless him. Yeah, he's not been well. Yeah, he's had the dreaded...
Somebody else had it. Who else had it? Somebody else was in my chat earlier today and had it. I can't remember who it was. The Bobbin says, I only really look at Twitter on Facebook now when I'm waiting for a bus. The only reason I went on Facebook originally was just to keep track of birthdays.
Yeah.
Now, I have to be honest, one of the other reasons that I stopped using internet when I wasn't at home, like when I was at work, when I used to work out of house, or when I was anywhere else, one of the main reasons I stopped using the internet was because every time I turned on mobile internet, because you have to turn that on to be able to, like, mobile data to surf the internet if you're not on a Wi-Fi network, and you don't want to use your actual phone network. Every time I turned on mobile data, the next day I'd be inundated with spam calls and spam texts. Yeah. And this was really prominent when I was on O2. Like, I switched mobile data on for an hour, and the next day you guarantee I've got 5 spam texts and 6 spam calls. Yeah,
they're notorious for it, mate.
Now I'm on Tesco Mobile now, and it's like actually a lot better. But I still avoid using mobile data. Now, I'm sure when I was a younger lad, you didn't have to use mobile data for things like photo messages and stuff.
No, you do
now.
No, because everything's got so big now with data, hasn't it? Size of everything is increased, so you have to use roaming data. I have it disabled because it's like
I have it. Yeah. I like it when I go to Tesco's because you can just lock onto their Wi-Fi. It's great. Yeah.
But it's like,
when I go to the hospital, when I go to my local hospital with Mama Fox, it's great because I just sign in as Tony.
I can't be doing the NHS spam. Oh, you still use Tony's logon? Yeah.
Yeah, every now and then I'll have to text him to say what's your new logon because it changes every month. But it's like I just sign on as our friend Tony, who works in the NHS. Yeah. I sign on as him at the hospital where he works, so I just use their Wi-Fi.
Damn, I wish I'd known that when I was last in there.
I always get great Wi-Fi. Well, it'd be in that specific hospital, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course it would. Yeah, how'd he manage to get down there?
Let's have a look. La la la. Did you say hello to Dorkosaurus?
I didn't, but I will do. Hello, Dorkosaurus. Hello. How you doing?
Yeah, this is it. I'm going back ages now. Hi, Dorcas. He says, hi, Colin, Fox, and everyone in chatland.
Hello, mate.
Rabbit says, people, what a bunch of bastards. Yes. Candygram says, the sobering quote I heard said that the garbage disposal of the average first world dweller eats better than a large portion of the world's population. It's true.
Yeah. It's... when you put Edward it like that, yeah.
Edward says, Belly, daughter came up from Florida and I fried 8 pounds of chicken piccata.
Oh.
Oof. Nice. I don't know what that is, but 8 pounds of it sounds very good. Bench is a Maschinen Krieger 120 scale Grosser Hund Alter.
Yeah.
Big dog. Grosser Hund, big dog. Jeff saying he needs to get he'll get a Marquet kit one day. Oh, hello, excuse me. Edward Leonard says, they're nice. This is the Maschinen Krieger kits. They're nice but kind of expensive. I will be hand painting it in lacquer paints like I always do on my Marquet kits. I'm going to try videoing it because it's totally different than any other painting.
Oh, wow, look forward to that.
We need some, Edward, with Squishy King videos.
Definitely.
You change your channel name to Squishy King.
Very talented painter, Edward. Do like seeing his stuff.
Rabbit says they do have some Machine and Krieger kits. Pretty sure there's at least one Grosser Hund in the pile. And they do actually put Grosser with the double S, the sharp S, German sharp S in it. Good
nice.
points. 10 points for that, the Grosser Hund. That wibbly beastie that's a sharp S.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bobbins gets 10 internet points because he says Star Trek Generations. When I did that line, time is the fire in which we burn, Captain.
Legend.
Dr. Soren. Soren, the Malcolm McDowell plays Soren.
Yeah. Has he earned extra XP for that?
Yeah, he gets 10 XP for that. 10 internet points. Edward Leonard says Generations. Muse says it's a Star Trek quote. Rabbit says, are these the bits that come with the WoW stick to Cyrils? But I don't know what that was about. PJ Lewis says Star Trek Generations. Muse says Jim Steinman wrote Total Eclipse, don't diss Meatloaf. I can't stand Meatloaf. I have to diss Meatloaf, he's terrible. Brilliant Festa. I want to see some painted electric light orcs now.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing, Cole.
Yes.
Here's the thing. There is a thing, it's a space marine called a noise marine.
Oh, right, yeah.
And it's a chaos marine. It's a space marine that's gone to the side of chaos.
Yeah.
But they use sound and horrible noise and as a weapon.
Yeah.
And a noise marine would typically have platform boots, big spiky multicoloured hair on his helmet, and an electric guitar.
Sounds like it can be done then.
It's an actual thing. You can actually buy a noise marine figure, but it's obviously not an orc.
Yeah, so if I was to do one and have a yellow plane, that would be so up your street.
If you could, what you'd have to do is basically somehow like cut away all the space marine bits and just have the electric guitar. It's a bit of an expensive way to do it, really, but there you go.
Oh,
just
I'm
3D
sure
print
I
a
can
small guitar.
3D print something.
Yeah. Electric like orchestra.
Yeah.
Muse has gone back to work. Take care, Muse. Big hugs.
Always
Paul
big
Di Tommaso is in. Hello, ladies and germs.
Oh.
You'll notice I'm going back in chat because we missed a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, we did get rather engrossed, didn't we, again? Apologies, folks.
Yeah. La la la. Jeff says, all this talk of tea and coffee, I like both, reminded me I haven't had any chicory coffee in a long time. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds nice.
I've done it.
Jeff Light is off. Right, guys, it's time for me to catch some Z's. Enjoy, take care, stay safe. Take care.
Yeah, you
Jeff.
take care, Jeff.
Loving the colours and textures on the Festa Stompa.
It's getting there. It's very early stages. I'm beginning to feel it, but not beginning to feel it. I'm funny like that when I start painting. I hate on it for a little while before I start seeing it come together.
The funny thing is, because I'm looking at potato vision.
Yes.
So I'm seeing like 360p. You're probably seeing nice, neat colours, but to me it looks like it's already had streaking and weathering done. So look, I can kind of see it in the future.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's kind of... It's having such a thin layer of the contrast put on. It's bringing through all the different shades from the bottom. I'm hoping it'll come out all right. But like I say, it's had no washes yet. It's had no edge highlight yet. But
no,
it'll get there.
Kind of 1980s vibe from it.
Yeah, it's kind of just a bit of
why.
everything. Yeah, fuck off, moth.
Yeah. You got a moth.
Go on, naff off. Out of it.
Naff off. Is it one of them little thin ones or a big fat one?
No, it's one of those big fat things. It's like,
we never get the big...
Yeah, go on.
We never get the big fat ones. We only ever get the thin ones in this house.
Have you had my boiler come on yet?
Nope.
Oh, yes, yeah, she's been up. Yeah. She's up and left. Right, it's
You
just...
can hear this.
Yeah, I hadn't heard... Because obviously I'm as mutton as anything. Even though the boiler's in this room, I didn't hear it.
No, I didn't hear it. La 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 la. There we go. Jeff says the heat wave in the UK is awful and it's made the news here. That's in the US. It's gone now, thankfully.
Yeah.
Where are we up to?
Did you get many storms up where you were?
Me, we got none. When I looked at the app.
Yeah.
And it said, storm warning, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Storms, death. Everyone's going to die. You're going to die of flooding and electric explosions. And then on Tuesday it went, little bit of piss. And that was it.
Oh, mate, we had some good hoolies, I must admit, but
I was sad. I like Thunderstorm. Didn't get any of them. Rabbit says that they were the other person with the Jocko V Raptor. Yes.
ah, there you go. I knew someone
It was
else had
Rabbit
it.
that had the chocolate Velociraptor.
Go away, or I will give you a slap.
Oh, let the moth come on camera. See if you can show it to us.
It will probably fly on camera at some point. It's fascinated by the lights for the computer.
Funny that, isn't it?
Yeah, because it's ice blue light, isn't it? So
Yep.
it's fascinated by that. Oh, wait, no, don't want to sniff around there, mate.
Oh, bad news. Rabbit says, I had to send my poor 21-year-old cat across the Rainbow Bridge on Tuesday. Haven't had a day since without tears. Been a particularly ass month so far. Oh, sorry to hear that.
There it is on the side of the Yeti, see it?
Ooh, it's a big boy.
Yeah.
It's a big bugger, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry to hear that, Rabbit. 21-year-old, that's a hell of an age for a cat.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
I think ours got to about 19.
These stompers, the more I keep looking at the screen, they're just mad, aren't they?
Absolutely. Yeah, so big hugs, Rabbit. Sorry to hear that.
Absolutely, mate. Always sad
Most
when...
heartfelt.
Go on.
Yeah. Panzer says sorry to hear that. Jeff says most heartfelt condolences.
Yeah.
The absolute worst feeling.
Yeah, we get attached.
Sad news.
We
There
do
we go.
get attached to our pets.
Oh, especially us Brits as well. Even worse for us. I'd love a pet, but I'm far too lazy to actually look after a pet. That colour's still not right.
I mean, I used to have the bulldogs, and I wouldn't be able to walk it now. So, you know, I've often thought of it just for a bit of the old companionship and that, but it's not fair.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do what you need to do, though, would you?
No, and it's not fair on the animal. And mind
You're
you,
an
the
animal.
bulldog I had was the right lazy git anyway. Didn't do anything.
What, Gary?
Gary, yeah, he had a treadmill because he wouldn't go out for a walk. Just sit on it and flop off the end.
There you go, what I've done.
Yeah.
Jeff says it's model making moth visiting to suggest helpful tips. It seemed a bit thin, even though it was big.
Yeah.
I thought it was one of them big triangular ones.
No, it's got its wings shut. You know, it's gone now. Where's he gone? Look at the light bulb, Cole. He's probably over there, mate. But yeah.
Don't look at the bulb. Oh, I can't see.
Yeah, don't touch the hot
Now,
bulb.
because
Cole. What, that one?
Because I'm an absolute spoon, I'll have to reprime that tomorrow. Black, and then do the rusting on that, because I did that grey for some stupid reason.
That was an inspired choice.
Yeah, it was dead clever, that. It was well right clever, and there's no guarantee I'll get the rusting to look anything like the rusting I've already done. Arse. Although I suppose I could get away with it by just doing that bit as a different kind of metal that doesn't rust the same way, so I don't have to actually respray it. Do it as like just metal colours, like silvers with lots of rusty washes. That'll do. There you go. Done.
Well, yeah, because you're doing it in reverse, isn't it? So it's
Yeah. I
trying
could
to
just
get
do these
our
as
head
bare.
round which way to be the best.
I mean, there will
way
be
to
bare
do
metal
it.
bits on this that aren't rusty, so
Yeah.
I could get away with that, I suppose, couldn't I?
It'll
I
work.
could get away with that.
I am sure you will find an happy medium, mate.
Nobody will ever know. It's not like I've said anything on the internet. Shh.
Yeah, it's not like you got any incriminating footage, is you? You know what I mean?
No,
Yeah.
that's different. No, that's different footage, dude. That's. Now, I can't put them colours away. Right,
I
what
have
shall
already
do?
been questioned.
Have you?
Yeah.
Already?
Yeah, because she gets up, doesn't she? The last time we did the frolic, you was on
Did
about
she suddenly figure out-
your incriminating knowledge. She heard
Oh, yeah.
me
Did she-
say, "Look, Fox, you've got the incriminating stuff." So when she got home the following day, she was like, "What's this incriminating footage that Fox has got?" I said,
You're like,
"And you misheard." her."
What?
Yeah, you misheard. her, Honest.
Yeah, you misheard all the words.
Yeah. That's nothing for you to worry your sweet little head about. Yeah, what you done? She says you've been playing with my appliances. No.
No, not at all in any way, shape, or form.
Why
for 10
did that
minutes.
have to be the first thing that she thought?
Because we're simple and we think we're being clever and we're not.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, if you try and do something stealthily, it's probably like you may as well be wearing bells.
Yeah, I might as well do it wearing clogs, mate.
Like, you know, us men, it's like, you remember when you were drunk and you used to come home at like 4 a.m. and try and be really quiet to not wake your parents up and get bollocked?
Yeah, with the front door key.
Yeah, you thought you'd be like the quietest thing in the world, but in reality you may as well have had a siren going off in your head.
Yeah.
Panzer Cat says, yes, we Brits love our pets. I currently have a house mouse. Little Sod has survived multiple attempts to capture it.
Oh, really?
I found great success with the little humane metal traps that are like that long. They're like about a foot long.
Yeah.
And what I found great success was, because we had a mouse once. They really like peanut butter and they really like Nutella.
Yes.
So if you put a blob of peanut butter and Nutella at the trap end, and it's got like a seesaw in the middle, so when it goes over the seesaw, it goes over it, and then it flips that way, and they can't get back out again. But you have to make sure. I mean, I put a trap down one day, and it was like within 10 minutes, there was a mouse in there.
Yeah.
You have to make sure of two things. Don't leave it overnight, because they can often die of shock and panic, because they're sitting there for hours and hours and hours. And you come in the morning, there's a dead mouse, because it's just been stuck in a little box all night, and it's just crapped itself to death.
Yeah.
So try not to do it when you go to bed, because that's cruel. Put the trap out and make sure you're around to listen for it. And then when you do catch it, you have to take it at least a mile away from your house.
Yeah.
Don't just dump it in the garden, because it'll come straight back.
Yeah.
You have to. I read somewhere. Yeah, I read somewhere that says it has to be at least a mile or more from your house, because it'll find its way back. Your house is a warm place full of food, so try to make sure it's not anywhere near your house. Yeah, but yeah, we had a couple of mice, and I kept throwing it out, and it kept coming back. So
yeah, we had them at the old gaff in London, but been lucky, touchwood, down here.
Yeah, but it was quite bad the last time I caught it. I caught it, and I took it down to the end of the garden, and I thought I'll put it around the back of this fence so it can't get back in that way. So I dropped it over the fence, and within a second I heard this thrashing noise, and there'd been a cat like sat on the shed roof that had just seen it drop out of the box and just jumped right on it.
Oh.
And I was like, that wasn't my plan. I basically sent it off to its death. I'm like, not cool.
Yeah, it's...
Jeff says, we're only half a chromosome away from chimpanzees. We are not smart.
No,
Dorkosaurus says, I'm almost as smart as the average bear. Hey,
boo-boo.
Hey, boo boo.
Yogi Bear quote always wins.
You gotta get the picnic basket. Right, what shall I paint? I suppose starting with the silver metal bits is probably the safest bit, isn't it? Because
yeah, it's one of them. I'm the complete
the easiest
opposite.
thing to start with.
Yeah, I'm the complete opposite at the moment with me metal. I don't know what way to go with the metal stuff yet.
Yeah, I don't know which bits to paint to leave silver and which bits to paint rusty and which bits
This is it. I mean, I've done Technicolor panels, but some of them will probably get overpainted when the different yellows go down. Because I want to use as many different shades of yellow within the contrast range. So.
Yeah.
Then,
that's a good thing. If you do yellow over like a blue or a red or a green panel, you get some different effects, you see.
Exactly.
You do a different yellow shade.
Yeah.
I like the fact you've used the alternative face mask on the armpit. That's quite good.
Yeah, it's up under there,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Yeah, I mean, I'll do things like the bits that I'm going to paint like silvers and bronzes. The silvers, what I'll do is I'll get them silver, and some of them I'll keep fairly clean. I'll make them dirty, but like, just still be silver with oil and stain and stuff.
Yes.
And then some of the silver bits, I'll do them, and I'll do lots of like Agrax Earthshade on them to make them look tarnished and rusty.
Yeah, beaten up a bit.
Yeah.
This is
so
the
like
problem at the moment, isn't it? All right, you've done a lot of rust, but mine at the moment, because it looks so clean, I'm yet to put the rust on it. So that's probably why I'm a little bit with it.
Like the little backpack, which wouldn't stay on until I put this. Now I've put the paint on, it stays on perfectly.
Yeah. Yeah, but it makes so much sense having it removable, because you can get behind it and paint all the dials and all that.
I'm going to have to spray that black. It's not going to work if that needs to be the same rusty iron as the rest of it, doesn't it? Yeah. I'll have to rust that up. Because that's the kind of thing that would be...
Can you quickly brush paint it with a bit of, well, I don't know.
Black.
Abaddon black?
Did you just name a Citadel paint off the top of your head without thinking?
Yes. I just realised the error of my ways.
The moment you said Abaddon, the moment...
Thought I'd got away with it, but no.
The moment the word tumbled out of your mouth, you were like, oh.
Yeah, as soon as I said it, I was like, oh, fuck.
And apart from that, you even got the name right as well, which is even better.
I know. Yeah, but don't forget, you are talking to the bloke who guessed twice on one show 2 Warhammer Greebles.
That's true.
I know. There's no hope for me, is there? Apparently I'm in some hole. I don't know what it is.
For you, Thomas, there is no hope. You are time to die. Die in the Warhammer hole.
Yeah.
Right, well, in that case, that's a good idea. I could black... Because what I was thinking was I could just paint it silver and then do the rusty silver effects.
Yeah,
but that kind of girdering looks better as rusted rather than just silver that's gone brown.
Yeah, you do your black on there, mate. That'll be dry in nanoseconds.
Good thinking, Girl Wonder.
No.
And for that, I don't need to use a nice brush because it's just black paint.
It's quite scary that I'm now naming Warhammer paints, isn't it?
I know. You're making me nervous.
I blame you for a lot because I involuntarily bought items as well.
Involuntarily?
Or voluntarily, should I say. I didn't have no prompting from anyone.
Nope. You just one day woke up and found yourself tits deep in all kinds of...
Well, I just sat there. What it was I saw a post or a reply from Steve, you know, who sent me the wallet because I'd put the stomper up. He went, oh, why do you want to build that when you got the wallet to paint? And I was sat looking at that and looking at the stomper thinking, when they're on their final shelf, they could do with something. So I bought that big head thing, whatever it's called.
Yeah, what is that, the boss?
Yeah, the bunker boss, is it, or whatever thing it was?
I can't remember now.
Yeah,
it's basically it's an orc bunker that's a big boss's head.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, that'll work. So, yeah, I may have purchased more things. But, hey.
Yeah. Are you ready, Cole? You were asking earlier on.
Oh, that's got a nice sound to it.
Yeah, it's not quite as good as it is when you first do it when it's still wet.
But the question is it as smooth as Duncan's?
No. Nothing can ever be that smooth.
That
Such
is
a thing is not possible.
palette. I think he puts that down with a rolling pin, mate.
I look at Duncan's wet palette and it makes me think if I had that exact wet palette that smooth, I could, because he could paint all of that, right? And he'd use a little blob of paint on the wet palette.
I don't know how he does it.
I could paint that one panel and I'd have paint here like a lagoon of paint.
Yeah, mine looks like someone's done a dot filter on it. He has 2 dots of paint on his palette and paints an Ork Stompa. How's he do it?
Yeah, I don't know, but I hate him in
He's
a lot of ways.
Git. Duncan, you are a git.
Yep.
Like he's going to be watching my stream, but you know.
Yeah, no.
That was what I was going to do.
Right, so we'll get the black on these, but I could use a bigger brush than that, really. It's a stupid brush, Fox. You're an idiot. What the flip are you doing?
Yeah, you're being
absolute spoon. You stupid boy. You stupid boy.
Where is it? Is that the one? Yeah, that's the one. See, this is the trouble. This is why I need to print the rest of my paint back. Because I've got some...
What are you muttering about?
I've got some contrast in a box, and I've got some in me racks.
See, I've already used up all this paint. I've not even painted one girder yet.
Andrew says, I am. Thanks for asking. Very busy, but doing well. Hope you are too. Dorkosaurus. I always nice to see Jeff and Dorkosaurus and Edward in.
Paint has not worked at all.
It's a bit special, is it, mate?
Yeah, it's way too thin, and I've already used all of it. Duncan would have painted the whole thing by now, but I've just used all of it. I'm not even finished painting.
Into just there. That's come in handy to lean on, though.
What that? What that?
Where the head goes, the neck bit on the stomper.
Oh yeah.
Comes in really good as an armrest, especially for me because I am a bit twitchy today.
Armrest, do. Well, I don't need to plate that checkerboard because, oh no, I do around the edges. Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I've got some checkerboard to do.
But that can just be like lead belcher with some washes.
I've already...
That's the good bit. Any bit that's just like silver metal, it's just lead belcher and washes and maybe a highlight dry brush. That's all you need to do. I don't need to be too neat with this because this is just really a dark base under the rust will sit on top of, so it doesn't matter if it's a bit of a crappy coat. Just so I'm not putting the rust onto grey, basically.
Yeah, I can see what you mean, yeah.
Do.
But yeah, these are strange little things. I'm glad we've built them. You know, we've had them a while, haven't we? We've been umming and ahhing about when we could build them.
Yeah. I mean, I hated the instructions. The instructions are absolute garbage.
Yeah, aren't they?
And there's so many bits that I had to try and figure out how, like, I know where this bit goes, but I don't know how it goes on there, that kind of thing. It just doesn't give you any information at all as to how to fit something on. But when you figure out where things go, it does go together really nicely, more or less. And it is a fun build. It's just the instructions. If the instructions were proper instructions, it'd be a lot easier to build. Like the number of times I'd be like, right, the supports that go under that arm, that pauldron there.
Yeah.
Like trying to figure out how those support. Yeah, trying to figure out how those supports attach to the pauldron because the connection points are really weird.
Yeah.
And there's no, you have to figure, the artwork tells you nothing. You have to figure it out. It's like, I don't understand how it's supposed to attach. What?
Same with the guns, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Some of the tubes on the guns.
Gun tubes.
But you did get triangle.
I found triangle.
So
That's my claim to fame.
You did get super duper XP for that.
I'm the one person in the world that understood triangle. I found the secret of triangle. It's like the secret of Nim, but with less mice.
Yeah. Been a year since we lost Nim, wasn't it, the other week?
Oh yeah, yeah. I put the banner up on the boom.
Yeah. Yeah, it was
Poor girl.
such a shock, wasn't it?
So sad.
It was lovely.
She was poorly for a couple of weeks when it was pneumonia, and then
Yeah.
I think her last Facebook post was something like saying, "Hey, I'm back in hospital again with pneumonia, but I should be out soon, hopefully."
Yeah.
Bless her.
Yes, it's very sad. We don't like losing our own, do we, mate?
No. And it's another one next week. Week after next is I can't remember who it is now. I've forgotten his name. I know who it is, and I know what the artwork is. It's a Gumpler that he built and put on his desk. It's been a couple of years now. What I do is when anybody in the Model Makers Boom Hut passes, I get one of the pictures that they posted up and I make it into a banner.
Make it a banner for the group for that as a memoriam.
For the anniversary. Yeah. But then the logo is all like transparent. There's no colour in the logo because it's an in memoriam. So.
Yeah, I have Scoobies on me credits because he died a couple of years ago now, and it's such a shock because I was talking to him that morning. 2 hours later, he was gone. Oh. Knocked me sideways, that one. I really did.
Yeah.
Such a shock.
I'm basically painting my wet palette here. I'm spraying paint into the...
See, Duncan wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have painted.
Don't paint over your wet palette. You end up just spraying paint all over your wet palette like a dick and have to change the paper again.
Yeah, Duncan wouldn't have made that mistake, mate. He's proper professional.
I've already had to throw one sponge away. I had to throw my sponge away.
No.
Here's the thing. That we were talking about this before we went live, right? I've got 2 wet palettes. This is the Army Painter one, which is not in any way watertight, which is a shame. And I've got the one I made myself out of Games Workshop tufts. I used all the tufts. I just made it out of some tissue and some what's it, paper? Parchment paper.
Parchment paper, yeah.
Yep. I set this wet palette up about 2 months ago, and then I never got to use it. But I forgot about it. So I opened it today, and it was mouldy. There's black spots of mould all over the sponge. So I had to throw the sponge out and clean out the tray. And with these, if you've finished painting and you're going to be leaving it for a few days, you have to just take the sponge out. Don't wring it, but squish it and let it dry out to avoid mould. The convenience is you've got this nice flat sponge that holds water. In mine, I've just got tissue paper, kitchen roll and a parchment, and it's wet. When I opened this, it was dry as a bone but mouldy. When I opened this, after 2 months, this was earlier on today, it was still damp and absolutely not mouldy at all. Somehow it just sat there for 2 months and hadn't dried out, because this little lid is tight enough that it makes it pretty much airtight.
Yeah. The only thing that lets the wet palette down, isn't it, from Army Painter, is the fact that it hasn't got seal around the lid.
Yeah, it's just got a loose lid, which is a shame. It's a good little palette.
Brilliant wet palette, but it just lets it down, doesn't it?
It's a shame that you have to then dry out the sponge. I suppose you have to do it for anyone with a sponge, but...
Yeah, see, I left mine in the drawer with the lid on and that, but I have a couple of pennies, don't I? One in each corner, so...
Yeah. Well, that's the theory. Something like copper might help avoid bacteria. I mean, it also depends on the environment. If it's a fairly anaerobic environment, it's not going to really encourage bacteria. But if you've got a particularly aerobic environment, or there's bacteria in the air, then, you know, they're going to be... Your mould's going to develop.
Yeah.
Sometimes it might do. But it's a shame. But then again, that means I've only got one sponge now, so I've got to buy more sponges.
Oh, bless you.
Whereas my wet palette, I just get my kitchen roll. But then again, it's not smooth. My kitchen roll is lumpy and it's not as awesome. So, swings and roundabouts. This is less tall and bigger, which is good.
Yeah, I find, like I say, I mean, I've got my own made one. I just find this quite compact.
What, the Army Painter one?
The Army Painter one, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I mean, if anybody out there's got a box of like Citadel Tufts or any of that comes in a little plastic box, when you finish with them, keep that box. It does make a brilliant wet palette because it's not very deep and it is airtight. So I say that's been like 2 months and it's still damp. I basically topped it up with a little bit of water and I can start painting on it straight away.
Pans is saying the same as what I do. Put a copper coin under the sponge.
But that's what I was saying earlier on, though. If you put like a 2p, is a 2p actually copper? Are they copper anymore, or are they something else nowadays? I don't know. They must be.
Yeah, I've just got mine single pennies under there, mate. Does the job for me.
So I was finding myself thinking, what are coins actually made of nowadays? I wonder.
Oh, I dread to think.
They're made of dead people. Soylent coins.
Yeah.
I think that'll do. That'll do as a rough black undercoat. You're a rough black undercoat.
Nothing wrong with that. I don't mind being an undercoat. Get your undercoats here, free for £1.
Free for £1. Right, don't forget, folks who are watching in chat, a few things. While Colin's doing... What are you doing? You're painting, aren't you? While Colin's painting, I'll just quickly clean this brush. A few things. First and foremost, if you're watching this, don't forget, of course, that much as we like giving you stuff for free on our channels, we do need to feed ourselves and buy toilet roll and things like that. So please do consider supporting the channel. Help keep Colin alive and well and feeding. Please do consider supporting the channel. You can go to patreon.com/Festa67's workshop and become a patron of this channel, and you can support him. And that means you can continue to keep the channel alive and continue to paint things and build things for you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Or if you don't want to do that, you can become a channel member by pressing the join button underneath any one of his videos or streams. Just click the join button and you become a channel member, and again you're supporting him directly, and either way you get access to loads of free stuff, loads of exclusive stuff, and you get access to the live 24/7 Zoom hangout from patrons and members only. And it means he can keep doing this. He doesn't have to, worry about trying to get money somewhere else and taking him away from the bench. So
yeah, you don't have to see me with my trouser leg rolled up on the street corner.
Yeah,
wouldn't be a good
so
look.
You don't want to see that. Any bit of flesh is a bad bit of flesh. So yeah, give it a thought. See, if you can, if you don't already support him, do consider becoming a member or a channel patron.
Massively appreciated. It really is, folks.
And don't forget, of course, if you are watching this, I'm about to ask your viewers to give us stuff to talk about because we run out of stuff to talk about really quickly. So please do ask us questions in chat, whatever you need, because we run out of things to waffle about.
Ask us anything you want.
Yeah, ask Colin anything. No religion, no politics, of course. Don't forget, if you are in chat and you want to catch our attention, we've both got the chat, but we're far away from it. So please put at Festa67's workshop if you want to catch his attention. Or at Model Making Guru for mine, although I've not been typing in chat, so it might not work for me. If you want to, you can do a super chat by pressing the dollar symbol at the bottom of the chat window. And again, it's a way of supporting the channel.
Absolutely.
But remember to do all that stuff. And yeah, ask us stuff because we're running out of things to talk about now.
Yeah, that's a point. Are we doing a Warhammer Sunday this week? Is it too early to ask?
As far as I know, we should be.
There you go.
Unless Mama Fox throws a spanner in the works.
You got that to look forward to because it's the Educating Festa series.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of building to do on the tank. Add some handles, do a couple of panels. So
yeah,
I don't know if it'll fill out. I don't know if it'll fill 3 hours though, but we could just sit and talk for 2 hours.
We just sit and ramble, can't we? And
yeah.
I'm sure we'll find somewhere. Jeff has put in a $5 super chat. Thank you very, very much, Jeff. Massively appreciated. You will be getting a bit of air guitar imminently, mate. A massive appreciation there, Jeff. And yes, that is what a super chat looks like.
Panda says, Fox put a copper coin under the sponge. I haven't got any coppers here. I don't think I've got any. I'll have to go and dig some coppers out. But I was assuming that a 2p or something is actually copper. You don't know nowadays. I've also heard copper. I don't know what they are nowadays, but apparently copper.
One in each corner.
It's supposed to help reduce fungal growth, some molds, or copper wire, or anything copper basically. I don't know how, but it's supposed to work.
If you've got any twin and earth electric cable, just put a bead of that around under the sponge. That'll do the same thing.
I don't understand any of those words you just said about electrics.
Yeah, that means manly electrical things. I've just realised as soon as I said it. So Fox ain't going to know what I'm on about.
Rabbit says, I have the everlasting wet palette from Redgrass Games. It literally does none of the things it claims to do, stupid Kickstarter. I think the version 2 was actually a bit better because they did the first one, didn't they? And they released another one after that. I think the later one, because I remember Dr. Faust did a review of his and it was like, it's not very good.
Yeah.
He doesn't like wet palettes.
Yeah, it was one of those, really wish they hadn't bought that one, wasn't it?
Yeah. Jeff says he misses Nim terribly. We all do.
Yeah, it was such a shock, it really was, because
she was so lovely. She was awesome. She was like...
Yeah, we'd known Nim for a lot of years, hadn't we, through the E-Models stream, and then obviously she came over and supported the channels. She was patron of us both, and
her cats loved me. So her cats have been missing out on their fix of me for like the last year and a bit.
Yeah, it was such a shock. It really was.
But I'm going to see who that other person was, who we've got on, because I can't not say now. Let's have a look. Steve Domina it's going to be, I think. Yeah, I've just remembered it right before I saw it. Steve Domina is coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
A lot of people won't remember Steve Domina, but he was one of the early Boom Hut members.
Yeah.
And he was very ill for a long time, and he didn't do any paint. He just built Gumpler basically. Yeah. He liked to build Gumpler kits, put them together.
Yeah, there's about five or six mates that I lost in a year. It was awful.
Dorkasaurus says, I made my whip pellet from a to-go box from the Chinese restaurant. What is a whip pellet?
Wet pellet, yeah.
No, he says whip pellet.
Yeah, he probably.
I think he means wet pellet. Autocorrect. Well, he says wet pellet after that. Dorka, a whip pellet, something you care to share with the group.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, weekend special.
Jeff says that Dave Butcher, that model, said that the copper pennies also work well for them in the wet palette. Might be good to use distilled water. That's another thing. If you use distilled water, of course, it's not got any of the stuff in it.
Yes.
Like minerals that can help encourage bacterial growth. I don't actually care enough to work with distilled water.
No.
And if you want to make your own distilled water, do you know how you make your own distilled water?
No.
You basically boil water.
Oh, well, there you go then.
And you boil water, and the vapor that comes off, you distill it out into a glass tube. It's just boiled water.
Yeah, of course we used to do it at school, didn't we?
Because all the minerals and stuff stay behind. And
yeah.
there you go. He's asked how that to-go box from the Chinese restaurant works. It's a little deep, but I lay the paper towels and parchment I get through with one. I just chunk it to have another one ready. I used them for a while actually as well. Chinese takeaway boxes, plastic ones, but they are a bit deep. That's why that little Citadel. The other thing as well, if you can find some, it's really hard to find. But when you get parchment paper, you tend to get like tin foil sheet size that's like about 1.5 feet wide.
Yeah.
But if you can find the 10 centimetre wide stuff, that's 10 centimetres. I've had this right for about 4 or 5 years and I've still not used it all yet. It's 25 metres, 10 centimetres by 25 metres.
Yeah, I've got the kitchen foil length one, and I just splice it down the middle.
If you can find the 10 centimetre wide stuff, it is exactly the right width for that. You just have to cut the length. It's exactly 10 centimetres wide, and it fits perfectly. The only problem with that is I'm using tissue rather than a sponge. Which is a shame. I could buy some sponges and cut them down, I suppose. That might be easier, but... Jeff says he's kept every pre-1983 US penny I've run across pure copper. Now I know what they can be used for. There he goes, you see.
Yeah, honestly, Jeff, like I said, showed you before, mate. I just have one in each corner on the sponge. And
Sponge!
I don't get any mould whatsoever, mate. It's perfect.
I suppose you could, if I'm desperate, I could just go to the DIY store and buy 4 little discs of copper. I'm sure they sell copper discs.
Yeah.
Or copper wire.
Yeah, starts the job, mate.
Copper wire.
Yeah,
it's
but
made of copper.
That would mean you'd have to go into a DIY shop where all them things and weird grown up tools live.
Steady. Careful.
I know.
Careful now.
Don't want you to do it to yourself.
Careful now.
What was I going to do?
Don't push it too far. You've gone beyond realistic now.
Yeah.
You're just doing crazy talk now.
You're having palpitations already, aren't you?
I'm palpitating a bit like the Emperor. Emperor Palpitate. It's not Emperor Palpitate. I know that. Oh no. Have you ever had that thing where your ear suddenly goes deaf and whistles for about 5 minutes? I've got that now, but it's in the ear that's got my earpiece in.
Oh, no.
I can't hear anything. Bugger. Oh, it's gone now. It's just all my hearing just went... I'm like, what?
Yeah, so what's just happened?
You pulled the wire out. So yes, people in chat, please ask us questions or opinions or give us stuff to talk about because we're rubbish.
Yeah, we're rubbish. We will run out
far
of things
too
to
busy
talk about.
painting. Yeah. Down.
Any up and coming purchases that you're going to make? Have you got
Nope, skin.
hits on your list, folks? In the chat, that is.
Oh, you mean them, not me? Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, you said keep the conversation going, so that's what I was trying.
Yeah, I thought you were asking me, not the chat. No, I'm not buying anything.
Folks in the chat, have you got anything on your wish list? Is there any Revell.Models that you're after? Any upcoming model releases that you know about that you might think we would want to know about?
I do fancy getting at some point. I've been thinking about it for a while, but I was watching Duncan today painting an Opal Blitz.
Oh, right, yeah.
I must at some point get some of the bolt action game models. It's basically like, imagine Warhammer, but it's World War II.
All right.
It's called Bolt Action, and it's literally, it's a tabletop World War II tabletop game. So it's literally Warhammer, but with World War II.
Oh, that sounds...
Vehicles and troops.
Sounds
It's
mint.
about the same scale, I think.
So you shouldn't have told me that because you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, he was painting an Opal Blitz today.
That's why you told me, isn't it?
No, although now you've told me that, I'll tell you again. You know what I saw today with Duncan? There's this game called like Bolt Action.
Is there, Fox? What's that all about, mate?
Yeah, imagine Warhammer, right?
Yeah.
But WWII.
Oh, World War Two. Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
but Warhammer.
Oh,
So it's
cool.
like deathcore, but without the las guns.
God, what are they going to think of next, mate?
I don't know. Maybe some fantasy version of Warhammer. I don't know.
Yeah, I must admit, I keep meaning to sit down and do a bit of binge watching on the Academy because I'm paying for it. I've only watched one.
Well, I've actually stopped paying for it now. I can't at the minute. I can't afford it, so I've dropped out. I'm still a member, but I've dropped out of paying for it. So I've got about the rest of this month to go. So I'm just watching what I can. Then I'll wait till I can afford it again. That's quite a good thing with that Duncan Rhodes Academy. You can just drop out.
Yeah.
And cancel, but you keep your membership. You just not got access to member only content.
Yeah.
Or some of them. I don't know how it works actually.
Saves you having to keep re-registering as well.
Yeah. So I'll just wait till I can afford it again. I'll go back in and.
Yeah.
Or if there's one particularly good thing that I want to watch, I'm like, oh, I want to watch that. And I'll just pop in for a month.
Yeah.
I watched him paint. I don't know what the game is, but he was basically painting a dinosaur.
He's fascinating to watch, though, isn't he?
Yeah. And I was like, he's painting a dinosaur. I need to watch this.
It's just not fair that he's got so much talent. Paul D. Tommaso's put in a Canadian dollar super chat. Thank you very much, Paul.
Ooh, thank you, Paul.
Means a lot, Paul, because I know you and Dawn have been through the wars, mate. So
Yeah.
thank you for that,
Big
mate,
hugs.
because I know that, yeah, that's a lot for you, mate. So
That's clearly the best Canadian dollar ever. Hang on. That
Yeah.
deserves a reward. That deserves a special reward. Oh, Canada.
Yeah.
I don't know the rest of the words. I know the tune, but the words I do not know. I do not know the words, don't know the words. I can't even make them up.
yeah, bless
So,
him. That
oh,
means a lot, mate.
Canada.
I know,
I know the
mate,
tune
but
off by heart.
I know what you've been through, Paul. So yeah, it means a lot to me, mate.
Best dollar ever, that.
Absolutely, Paul. And yeah, mate. Honestly, if I won the lottery tomorrow, you'd be the first person that I'd be in touch with.
Hey, am I not a needy cause? I'm your needy cause. I
No,
thought.
you're just a princess.
Oh, damn it.
You know you'd get looked after anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
You already know that.
I do know this.
Yeah.
Oh, Canada. I must learn the words.
Yeah, but it's a bit like underneath the arches, isn't it? You don't want to know the words. Underneath the arches. Oh, it's been a while.
Every
hasn't it?
time I try and sing, every time I think about Oh Canada, for some reason my brain goes, Oh Canada, from sea to shining. No, that's America. That's the
Yeah.
wrong country.
Yeah, that's the wrong one, yeah. Canada's one of them countries I'd dearly love to go to.
Oh God, yeah. There's nothing there that wants to kill me particularly, so I'm happy to go there.
This looks so
Same with New
beautiful,
Zealand.
doesn't it? Yeah.
I'll never go to Australia, but I'll happily go to New Zealand and pretend it's Australia.
Yeah, I've been to Australia. It's nice. But like you
I'm
say,
never ever going to go.
You're frightened of having a pony, mate, because there's always something living down the toilet that might want to bite your brooch and earrings off, mate. You know what I mean?
I can honestly say, in all seriousness, I will never, ever, ever go to Australia because everything wants to kill me.
Yeah.
And the country is full of things I don't like spiders and
Yeah.
more spiders and even more scary spiders
Yeah.
on top of them. Spiders that are made of spiders.
Are they spiders from Mars? See what I did there? David Bowie reference.
Is there life? I can't sing that, can I?
See,
Sing
I'm
it.
getting good.
Do you know what? I was never a big fan of David Bowie, right? It never really interested me, but there's something about his modulations, the way he changes from chord to chord,
Yes.
that is mesmerizing. Like Life on Mars. I hadn't really.
Yeah.
I grew up in the 70s, so I was obviously aware of David Bowie. I never really heard David Bowie, but when I watched Life on Mars, the BBC TV series,
Yeah.
and of course over and over and over you heard the song Life on Mars, and I was like, how? And I was like, I just grew to appreciate massively this chord structure.
Yeah.
Dude, it's just like, wow. And then I thought, that is quintessential David Bowie.
David
kind of...
Bowie's chord structure's a bit like listening to Christopher Walken narrate, because he's got a way of speaking, hasn't he? It's just
when I went to the road.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's memorable, isn't it? It's just, you know...
It's like Life on Mars, the way it goes from minor to major keys. So, and it's like, I don't know, there's just something about it.
Yeah, I loved Bowie. I thought he was brilliant.
And I realised that, I mean, I'd only heard Life on Mars, and that's the only song and you know, Major Tom, Grant, whatever that one's called.
Yeah.
And they're kind of minor key sad sounding, but I can't really explain it in proper words, but to me, there's a certain category of music, of song, that I call not actually written by humans. Because you hear it, and it doesn't seem possible that a human being actually wrote it. It's more like it just came into existence.
Just came into existence of its own accord, yeah.
Yeah, because the tune is not necessarily good, but so perfect, musically perfect, in a lot of different ways, that it's like, no, that's not been written by a person. That's just always existed. And there's 3 songs that I hold in that position. One is Life on Mars.
Yeah.
One is Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, yeah.
And then this is the kicker that everybody will think is ridiculous. The third one is Save All Your Kisses for Me.
Brotherhood of
I'm
Man.
I'm not saying they're good songs.
No.
But I'm saying that the shape of the song, the colour of it, it sounds really weird. I can't put it into words, but the shape and the colour of it, the feel of it, is mesmerising in a way that can't possibly have been written by a person.
Yeah.
And it's usually because they go from minor to major in a really jarring but pleasing way.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like if you listen to, like, you know, Save All Your Kisses for Me, if you listen to the chorus is in a minor key.
Yeah.
It's like that shouldn't...
The song
that doesn't
shouldn't
work.
It shouldn't work,
No,
but it does.
It's a happy song with the chorus in a minor, mostly in a minor key till it resolves to a major key. Then it's like, how just like writing a song about fluffy bunnies and daffodils, but in like a minor D, like a key of like D minor. It's like how, but it works. Bohemian Rhapsody purely because it just doesn't make any sense at all, and it's not a song. You couldn't write Bohemian Rhapsody if you tried.
It was so out there for its time. It was pure genius, wasn't it?
Well, it's not like people are going to hate me now, but I hate Meatloaf, right?
Yeah.
Because a Meatloaf song has about 18 different styles and changes every 4 bars.
Yeah.
It goes from slow ballad to fast rock and roll to it just changes, and it's like I can't. It's too frenetic. It's jumping around all over the place. I've never liked Meatloaf.
Overdone.
But Bohemian Rhapsody does the same thing. It changes style and tempo all the way through, but it flows. It makes no sense at all.
I mean, Bohemian Rhapsody is one of them songs. If you try to edit out any particular section of it, it totally changes the song. Whereas a Meatloaf track, you could lose half of it and you'd still know what the track was.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I could be paraphrasing it here, but whenever I've heard Meatloaf passing, because I've never interested in it, it's always been like start off with a slow ballad, then it goes, and then it's like it feels like a comedy pastiche of rock and roll rather than actually rock and roll.
Yeah, yeah.
It sounds like somebody trying to write rock and roll in a funny way.
Well, it was Jim Steinman's attempt to write rock opera, wasn't it? And
yeah, it's entire library of songs that sound like they're from the Little Shop of Horrors, really. And I don't know, it's just something about the fact it changed every 5 minutes to a different. It's like they're always like 35 minutes long, and they've got 18 different styles. Like, God, just
yeah.
No.
I mean, he had a he had a powerful voice, but
oh yeah. I couldn't take it seriously though. Whenever he did vibrato, he had to wiggle his arm around. I'm like, I can't take that seriously.
What is that?
So I know I never liked Meatloaf.
Pavarotti used to do that a little bit, didn't he? He would wiggle the hand with the cloth in it, wouldn't he? And it's like, yeah.
I think that's just how the man works him. I think.
Yeah, it's.
But yeah, so those are my 3 songs that were never written by humans, because you can't write Save All Your Kisses. If you've never heard it, after this, go on YouTube and look up Save All Your Kisses for Me. Yeah. Is it the Brotherhood of Man? Brotherhood of Man, yeah.
Ignore the cheesy flared trousers and the porn star moustache. Ignore that.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying it's a good song. I'm just saying it's There's something about it, because if you didn't know what it was about, it's one of those songs that you think at first it's a sad song, but it turns out it's not. It's like a truck driver or something singing to his daughter.
Yeah.
But it's like the chorus in a minor key.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, the first bar, la 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 la, that's happy. Then it goes la 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 la, and the chord underneath is a minor. It's like, that makes no sense, but it works. I don't understand. I don't get it.
It's
just genius.
Logic, doesn't it?
It's like that chord change in Abide With Me.
Yes, good example.
If anyone's ever been to a funeral and when they've had to sing rubbish religious nonsense, and they always put Abide With Me in there, especially in Britain.
Anyone of a religious nature, don't be offended. Honest.
Oh no, do. But don't be so delicate.
Behave.
But I'm only joking. But no, Abide With Me is one of those songs that it's really hard, because, you know, there've been times when you had to sing at funerals or whatever, at school assembly. There's this key change in the middle of the verse or the chorus. Towards the end of each section, there's this key change that's like a handbrake turn, and it just hits me in the feels every time. It's like I think halfway through the penultimate line on each set, I don't know if it's a stanza or whatever, that last chord change halfway through the second to last line is like, boy, handbrake turn, major to minor, and it's like really jarring, and it always puts a lump in my throat every time.
Yeah, something about that track though, isn't it? Like I say, it works. Shouldn't have done, but it does. Panzer's off. See you later, Panzer. There you go.
Take care, Panzer.
Time for him to head up, back to work. Catch you over the weekend in the streams. Take care. There you go, mate.
Rabbit says, woohoo, go Canada, to Paul.
Yeah.
Jeff says, I still have some cast-led World War II tanks in 1/285th scale from wargaming back in the 80s. It was lots of fun and a great excuse to hang around with friends drinking beer.
Yeah, that sounds plausible. Any excuse to hang around and drink beer is fine by us.
Yeah. Well, that kind of stuff in those days, that was proper grown-up tank top and moustache wargaming, like serious wargaming. Bolt action is more like a modern... It's like I say, 40k with World War II.
Yeah.
As far as I understand it. You guys always give Dawn and I a good laugh. Never change or stop, you guys. Thank you very much, says Paul. Oh.
Exactly. We try our best, mate. We are both as daft as a brush, and that's how we're going to be.
We're both nutted. Nutted. I don't think, says Rabbit, I don't think the two guys who sung Underneath the Arches, that'd be Flanagan and Allen, knew the words. It kind of devolves into do-ba-do, incoherent noises after the arches.
Yeah, it's hitty home.
Jeff says the game was called GHQ.
Yeah. Well, I did send Fox the lyrics to the song, but it defied everything, didn't it? Because
I opened it, was like instantly closed it.
Yeah, it's like we can't know the words for it because it kind of
Don't send me that ever again. Panzer says I used to paint in Wargaming 1/300th back in my younger days.
Oh no, nice.
I started coin hunting, says Dorkosaurus, and collecting about 3 months ago. I found some rather nice stuff.
Oh, nice.
You're a numismatist. A numismatist is someone who collects coins.
Ah, it's a good factoid. So you get all the good factoids.
There you go. Do you want to try your new word, Colin?
A what?
A numismatist.
Numismatist. There you go.
It's a good word, isn't it?
Yeah.
Numismatist.
Yeah.
Like a no, not a philanthropist. A philatelist.
Philatelist is a stamp collector, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, numismatist is coins, philatelist is stamps, and philanthropist is not a stamp collector.
No, that's someone who gives all their money away, isn't it?
I'm a philanthropist, I collect stamps.
Yeah. You're a philanthropist? No, it's just to cut me trousers.
How to know if you should go on a second date? What do you do for a living? I'm a philanthropist. Oh, do you collect coins? Not having a second date.
Yeah.
Oh, you do stamps? No.
Yeah.
There you go. But your little bit of black painting. And now it's all rusted.
There you go. So you're happy now, ain't you?
Yeah, and it looks orangey like the tubes as well, compared to the other bit, which is brown.
Yeah, you know your first date isn't going to be successful when you go out and say to her, what time is it? She goes, Wednesday. Okay, love.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go and check my coat.
Right, you wait here. Bye.
Yeah, I'm just going to go and dodge this bullet.
You wait here. I'm just going to get in the car and go and get a taxi. Bye. Do. Let's have a look at bolt action. Let's have a look. Because I've never really looked into it much. I'm waiting for paint to dry, so I may as well have a look.
Might as well, mate. Might as well.
Might as well show you what you can buy. I mean, have a look. Goblin Gaming.
Trying to get me to bloody buy things again, aren't you? I can see what you're up to.
Well, I'll go on Goblin Gaming first of all.
This is what I have
which
to
takes
put
me
up
to
with,
the
folks.
Element Games. That's not what I typed in. I typed in Goblin Gaming, you chuds. I want to go to Goblin Gaming. Here's Element Games. No. Do they do bolt actions? I'd better just check that, I suppose, hadn't I? Oh yeah, bolt action. There you go. Bolt action. Reenact your favourite World War II battle with bolt action, the historical miniature tabletop wargame by Warlord Games, where our friend Cy Reynolds used to work for a little bit.
That's right, yeah.
Used to paint things for them. From box sets to terrain and weaponry, we stock everything you need to assemble your troops for success on the battlefield. Let's have a look. British and Canadian Army, £84. Paracadutisti paratroopers, Italians.
Oh, nice.
Combined arms, we've got they've got lots of Italians. M8 Scott tanks. What scale are they? Is it like it's similar to probably 28mm, isn't it?
I would have thought so. Can't be far off, can it?
Island Assault! Exclamation mark. Churchill Avray with Faschini. Oh, look at that. Ooh. It's interesting. They've got the Churchill with, I think it's like, I don't know, there's like a wooden reed mat thing that you put down to cover water.
How cool's that?
Ah, that's cool, isn't it? £40. Ooh.
Oh,
What else have they got?
you go and telling me this sort of thing.
They've got a Churchill with the bobbin thing to get. Oh, look at that.
Churchill
Of course,
with
it's all real.
bobbins.
Look at that one. They got a Churchill with the bridge layer thing.
Oh,
That's a big erection. That's a large erection.
yeah, that's yeah.
Come on, let's get to the bit we all know we want to see, the German stuff, which is always the best looking stuff. Let's just be honest. Everybody knows the Nazis had the best designers. There's no way around it. There really is just no way around it at all. They had the best looking uniforms, the best looking vehicles. They were evil, but they looked damn fine doing it. The longest day D-Day. Oh, what did you get in the D-Day set for? 208 space pounds. Let's have a look. I've been meaning to look into this for a while, actually, so I'll probably have to do something at some point.
Yeah, sounds like an idea.
Somebody did ask me about that. £208. The longest day D-Day 2-player battle set. And it's now that it takes forever to load.
But it's something, again, it's something different to collect.
Metal models. What? What? We don't want metal models. Let's have a look. 63 metal models, 3 plastic scenery pieces, assorted battlefield scatter scenery, 32 plastic US infantry, 16 plastic German grenadiers, 2 LCVP landing craft, 1 AT flak bunker, coastal defence bunker, 2 German PaK 40, 1 duplex drive Sherman, 2 MG 42 teams, 4 US Army casualties. Ooh.
Oh,
2 US engineers carrying Bangalore torpedoes. Patterson, get over here, retrieve those Bangalores. That's me playing Medal of Honor Frontline. 2 meters of barbed wire and 1 pack of craters and shell holes. Got a box of holes.
holes, or letter holes.
Holes for beaches. It's not loading the pictures, which is really annoying. That's the artwork. That's fine. I don't want the artwork. It's not showing me anything. Ugh. That's not good. No pictures on that one. Oh well. There we go. German stuff. Farmyard animals, historic. What's a historic farmyard animal?
Would be amazed.
Let's have a look. Model books, models, box sets. Model. apparently Warlord Games are just down the road from Games Workshop in Gefahrten as well.
Oh, really? I thought it was a continental company for some reason.
No. Well, when Si was working at Games Workshop, he worked at Warhammer World for a little bit, didn't he? And then he left there and went to work at Warlord. And he didn't have to move house. Ooh, Matilda. £19 for a Matilda. Ooh.
Oh.
I like a nice Matilda. I don't know what scale these are.
I know that I'll be getting a link to this place emailed to me. I know it's going to happen.
Do you just go to Goblin Gaming? It's there, dude.
Or is it? Note to self.
One British A12 Matilda Infantry, Matilda 2 Infantry contains 1 plastic vehicle, 1 bolt action stat card, full colour water slide decal sheet, construction leaflet, damage markers. They're kind of like slightly simpler models. They're not like 1/35 scale. I'll see what scale they are. Probably like 28mm. Oh, 1/56 scale. So there you go. They're like simplified model kits.
Yeah.
So they're kind of similar to Warhammer scale.
Yeah, seen it.
Which is about which is roughly 1/53 scale, I think, roughly. I'll have to have a look at bolt action at some point. They had, if you go to Goblin Gaming, which obviously you're not going to do because you don't live up here, they have a few tables set up, and a couple of them are set up for bolt action.
Oh, right, yeah.
And there's another game which is like World War II with slightly futuristic weapons, but...
You've got all the good gaming places up north. We've got nothing down here.
Well, we've got Goblin.
Right.
That's it.
Absolutely gashed down here, mate. Candygram says, where'd you sell them? Dorkosaurus. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Did you read out that Panzer had to go?
Yes, I did, mate. Yeah.
Dorkosaurus says, I started coin hunting and collecting about... Oh, we've done that one. As someone with Rabbit says, as someone with an unholy number of coins inherited, I can't get rid of the stupid things without losing 40% of their value.
Really? Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah.
Jeff says, Dorkosaurus, where do you go looking to use a metal detector? And Dorkosaurus says, right now I'm just going through a friend's big jar of pennies.
Good man.
Got about 25 coins for sale on eBay. They don't sell very good. Can't afford to have them graded.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of magnetic Canadian pennies that are around $8 each, says Rabbit. Jeff has got a silver dime from 1945 that was neutron irradiated at the Atomic Energy Museum and sold as a souvenir.
Oh, nice one.
There was a vending machine that would nuke your dime and encapsulate it for you. Jesus Christ.
Oh, how cool's that?
He's also got 3 legs.
Yeah.
Dorkosaurus says, the best one I found is a 1971 Denver double die obverse. I sold it for $68.
Yeah, I was saying to Panzer in the Zoom the other night, I've got some old British money, notes and stuff like that. He went, yeah, he said, some of them are worth a few quid, mate.
I went to, when I was a youngster, we had a school trip when I was at primary school, to some place round here. It's like a mill.
Pardon me.
I think it was a mill. Mm-hmm. And it had like, I don't remember where it was now, but like when you go into the building, there's a mill and everything else, but there's also this like, you go into this room or this building and they've recreated a whole street.
Oh, right, yeah.
But it's like Victorian.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of post-industrial revolution, early Victorian.
Yeah.
Early to late Victorian. And they've got like the shop set up. And they give you a whole load of coins to like spend, like, but it was like actual Victorian coins, like 2 pence and 1 pennies. And,
oh, nice one.
You're supposed to give them all back, but I came out with a load of them.
My missus was laughing because I've got a big Bell's whiskey bottle next to me armchair full up with coins. And she said, you're going to have to empty that out sometime. She said, and bank it. And I said, yeah, I'll get round to it. She said, well, I was laughing. She said, when I was doing the hoovering, I caught a glimpse of some of the coins. She said, you've got old 2 shilling coins. She said, that have got bloody King George on them. She said, they went out years ago.
I remember when I was a kid, and I was born in 71 when decimalisation came in.
Yeah.
And I remember being like 7, 8, or 9, and you'd still, in your coins, you still get like shillings and sixpences
you'd still
and
have
threepences and stuff.
sixpences and threepenny bits and that, you know.
I don't know how anybody ever spent them.
No.
We all seem to get them in change, but I don't know if everybody ever actually spending them.
Yeah, 10 bob notes and things like that. Yeah.
Like you get a 5p piece, but it was a 5 bob piece. It was a 5 bob coin.
Yeah.
And you're kind of interchangeable.
I can remember the prices being in old and new side by side. I remember that.
No, I don't remember. I never saw the LSD.
Yeah.
Shillings and pence.
So you had the old pound, shillings and pence price because new pence, and it was to help the pensioners of the time to try to get used to the new currency.
But I watched a few. I had occasion on a Google adventure once to go and watch some of the pre-decimalisation adverts, the public information films, explaining that decimalisation is coming in and it's going to be brilliant. And it was like, so you got this family, it's like mum and dad and a teenage daughter and a boy, and then there's grandma as well who's living there, and they're like a typical like English middle class type family.
Yeah.
And like dad's there saying, I think he's explaining the virtues of it to his wife, who's obviously just making the dinner because 1960s wife. And of course, grandmother is not understanding any of it. Oh, I don't like all this change. Let's go back to the old ways. It made more sense. Yeah. And the kids trying to explain to grandma about like, you know, the new money and stuff. And I'm like, how could you not understand the decimal currency? Because it's dead simple.
Yeah, my mum will still quote prices in old money. How much? She goes, that's so-and-so in old money. I'm like, Mum, get over it.
That's 50 years. But it's like, because someone tried to explain the old currency to me and I just did not understand. It made no sense at all. Yeah. It's like, how could anybody not understand 100 pence in a pound? Yeah. And that's it. That's 100 pence in a pound. Yeah. And there you go. It's all divided into tens. Yeah. You know.
Oh, mate. Yeah. And you think
how much is 10p? Well, it's 10 pence.
Yeah. You know, the old pounds and shillings and pence, you know, it was just crazy, wasn't it? You know?
Yeah, it was like, what was it? 12 pence in a pound and 13 pounds in
12 shillings to a pound, wasn't it? Or 13 shillings to some bizarre.
So many shillings to a pound, so many pounds to a this, and so many this to that, and there's bobs and things and bits of divisions of other things, and there's like three of these in a groat, and there's 3 cows in a sheep. Yeah.
For us now, it seems quite antiquated. I can still remember maths lessons where they was teaching us currency, but they were still educating us on how to convert from old currency prices to new in case we got quoted it, you know. So.
Well, it's like to anybody nowadays, you see a price and it's so many pounds and so many pence, or if you're American, it's so many dollars and so many cents. Yeah. It's pounds and pence, dollars and cents. Before decimalisation, there were 3. It was pounds, shillings, and pence. So it might be this thing will cost you £3, 4 shillings, and 6p.
Yeah, yeah.
Because there were 6p is 6p, but there were like 12 pence in a shilling or something, and then but you had to, and it's like
every time you had to break down an amount into a smaller amount, they just issued a coin for it, didn't they? It was like,
because it's like £3, 2 shillings and 6p. Well, if there's like, I don't know, let's make up something. Let's say there's 12 pence in a shilling. So what you're saying is it's £1, 24 pence, and an extra 6p.
Yeah.
So why not just say £1, 30 pence?
Yeah.
No, it's £1, 2 shillings, and that's not correct. But I'm just making those figures up.
Yeah, exactly. It was a bizarre system.
Yeah. Yeah. In fairness, if we went to something like binary money next year, I might be a bit slow to get used to this kind of thing. Binary makes no sense at all, though. So
you had pounds, shillings, and pence. Didn't you have? What was the other one? Was it gilts? Was it gilts?
There were guineas.
Guineas. That was it. Guineas.
Guineas was never usually listed because guineas was like a fraction of something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But there's guineas and there's all different currencies, but pounds, shillings, and pence were the 3 main ones that got listed.
Pounds, 4 shillings, and 6p, and 3p, 8p. It's like, oh, here we go. Yeah. But it was the money, wasn't it? It was the notes, how big the bloody notes were. 50p notes, pound notes.
But what made it even worse which was completely pointless and totally British, is that our currency was pounds, shillings and pence, but if you saw it written down, it was LS and D, which is lira, sesterce and denarii. We had Latin names for our currency.
Yeah, but don't forget Old English derived from Latin anyway.
But no, it came from the Norse languages, but Latin was a language. But it's like so the names weren't lira, sesterce and denarii, but we used the symbol. It's like what? That's 1 sixpence. Why does it say D? Because it's denarii. Well, what's a denarii? That's a Roman coin. So what's that got to do with?
Yeah, but it's funny, since we came out of Europe, there is such a clamour to go back to the old pounds, shillings, and it's like, why? Why would you
anybody
do
that suggests anybody that wants that is a moron.
Yeah, it's like, why do you want to send us back to Noah and his ark? Really?
Yeah, why would you want to go to a ridiculously complicated financial system when you can have pounds and pence?
Yeah, it's like
money divided into 2 units, pounds and pence.
Exactly. It's like, why?
Those people are morons.
Yeah, because do you think how much change you'd be carrying about because of the prices now?
Oh, it's stupid.
You just wouldn't be able to use it. It would be like going to Zimbabwe, wouldn't it, with its $1 million fucking notes and stuff. You know, it'd be like, what are you going to do?
Well, without getting into that whole conversation in politics, the kind of people that are suggesting that, you know what the kind of people are anyway. So,
oh, absolutely.
A certain kind of person that doesn't speak for the rest of the country. So,
no, I just think anyone who wants to go back to it is dead from the neck up, isn't they? Let's be honest.
We want to go back to the old ways, with no national health and everybody's dying every time. Everybody dies from infection every time they get an illness. Yeah, that's really great.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I cut my finger on a rose and I died.
Every now and then they beat their drum, don't they? And it's, oh, God. Yeah. Someone let them out the woodwork again.
Yeah. I think I'm done for the evening.
Yeah, I think we've gone till 4 o'clock, so we'll pack up for the evening. Do you want to?
Hang on, I'll drop my brush.
I'll bung you.
Yeah, I've got my rusty bits done. So next week I can start on actual painting. I think.
There you go, mate. I've bunged your full screen. So you can show.
Oh, his head fell off again. So I'll take that off for a minute. So all I've done, like I say, stipple on the rusty colours. Now remember, in real life, it's a little bit more orange than you're seeing. It looks a bit more yellow on telly.
Yeah.
But it's a little bit more orange. But it's just this nice rusty nonsense.
Yeah.
Which a lot of this will disappear because it'll be covered over by either paint or, coloured panels or bare metal or bronze or brass or other things.
Yes.
So, but you get the idea. You get the idea. This is the base it's going to sit on top of. Some of it, like for example, I might paint a panel and I'll paint on the paint but have it chipped already, so it looks like the paint's peeling away. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. Some of these bits I'll paint as bare metal or brass or something.
Chipping in reverse, mate.
Yeah, painting the paint rather than the actual chips.
But it works.
But to get the same effect. And it looks massive.
Yeah, looking mint, mate. Yeah,
and I've got the backpack bit there as well. So next week I shall start painting on, I don't know, we'll start somewhere. I've got to figure out which bits are going to be silver, and I'll have to look at some other people's works and see what to do.
Yeah, it's one of them, mate. Yeah.
Basically steal other people's ideas. I need to do some research onto what death skulls will actually look like as well. So
yeah, I like that, mate.
That's what I've done.
Well, mate. I've just done a bit of the old colorization going on.
You just got tons of stuff done.
It looks more than it's actually done, mate. It's bit on the grot tank, just a few panels, just get some transition. But yeah, it's beginning to show now, the light and dark, so it's getting there. So yeah, then I can come back round, do all the detail stuff at the very end. So
it's the kind of colouring that I could see would look good for sort of comic book cell shading effects.
Yeah, it's almost like an harlequin of scrap metal that they've cobbled together. And so
but I mean, like the clear colours, it has that kind of watercolour look. So if I was doing like
very translucent, isn't it?
Yeah, so if I was doing something like a Borderlands, not Borderlands, but if I wanted to do like a comic book style, you could use that kind of thin, transparent colours, like you would paint properly watercolours and do ink outlines.
Yeah.
And you'd have a proper comic book look then.
This is it, and I can just build it up and build it up and build it up to whatever I want. Yeah.
Are you using the contrast paints neat from the bottles, or are you watering them down a bit, or how
they're coming straight out the bottle at the moment, and then I'm gonna have some slightly more pigmented paint going on. And then I shall go over it with really thinned again, so it's almost like a glaze over the top of that. So I just wanted.
I like the technique. I like the technique that Duncan's been using lately, where you, let's say, you paint that. Say that purple panel there.
Yeah.
You would paint the purple layer.
Yeah.
And then what you could do is you get like the purple again.
Yeah.
And you paint the bottom half of it.
Yes.
And while it's still wet, you clean the brush off and just
drag it.
Pull it up so you get that fade from dark to light or one colour to the other.
And the beauty of it is where I've got like 2 or 3 contrasts of similar colours, I can apply them over each other and just build it up in different shapes. So, but yeah, it's just to see how many different panels I wanted, and now I've got a take on where I'm going. I can then now finish off all my yellows and then go round to do my metallic panels, rust the edges up, and start from there. See where she goes.
Yeah,
but yeah, she's a bit.
Goes, number 1.
Yeah, she's a bit Harley Quinn at the moment, but yeah, I now know
say,
what panels I want.
Paint it. Yeah, you might paint over half of those. You don't know, like you're saying, you might end up.
Haven't decided yet. There'll be a bit more yellow on it than there is at the moment, but yeah, this is more.
I'd like. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. And like you said, you know, once you get all the weathering on there, you might not end up with all those like solid colours anyway. They might have lots of chipping and
kind of got all the chipping,
half the yellow on that. Yeah,
all the
you might
washes.
get the panel that's all yellow now, but we are rusty later on. So
yeah, got all the washes to do. I've got the rust to do because obviously I'm doing my rust at the end.
I've only got one major problem with this big boy.
What's that, mate?
Where the bloody hell do I put this damn thing?
Sell it.
It doesn't fit in. Doesn't fit in my cabinet.
Yeah.
At the minute, it's standing on top of my Xbox Series X. Yeah. Because it's the only place I've got to put it.
Sell it, mate.
No, I mean, where I'm going to put it just now. Because
oh, right, yeah.
Because
I'm lucky.
Got nowhere.
Mine goes next to me while it.
Yeah. I'm not going to sell it. It was a gift.
I know.
Some numpty bought it for me, so I can't sell it.
Yeah, you got the option. Yeah.
No, don't be daft.
Like I said to you, I don't mind. If you need to sell it to get yourself a few quid, you sell it.
Candygram says of yours, I love this. It's like a funhouse blew up and the Orks made a stomper out of the detritus.
It's exactly it. You know, it's like they've gone to the scrapyard and looted anything and everything off of everything and gone,
yeah.
Go shipping these technicoloured Ork coat.
Yeah. Pull the tomatoes off. Well, I'm off. Take care, people, and see you next.
See you later, Paul. Take care, mate.
Paul. Oh, I can't stop yawning. There's no evidence that radiation is dangerous. 1950s everyone, says Rabbit.
Yeah.
People are talking about coins. Both cookie jars look very nice, says Rabbit.
Yeah.
I have to say, painting the rust the way I've done it today is very much fun. It looks much more like rusty metal to me. It doesn't... On the telly screen there, it looks like kind of wood.
Yeah.
But in real life, it's not shiny, so it looks like rusty metal plates with the dark shadow from the black. So if you ever want to do lots of really rusted out metal, say you're building an ABC Warrior from Judge Dredd or something, just prime it black and then stipple and dry brush ready rusty tones over the top with your acrylic paints. It's so easy to do.
In answer to Jeff's question, a sovereign is the equivalent of a pound coin, mate. An half sovereign was 50 or 10 bob.
What was Bob? A Bob was
5
10,
pence.
Was 5 pence, wasn't it? A Bob was 5p.
Yeah, 50 pence
2 bob
was
10p.
Yeah, 50p coin was 10 bob.
Yep. No idea why 5p was.
Used to have 10 bob.
And I don't know why the 5 pence was the unit of multiplication rather than saying 10 pence, like 50p is why the bob couldn't have been 10 pence. It'd be like 5 bob.
Yeah, but 10 pence was 2 bob, wasn't it? It was a florin.
I know, but I don't know why the 5 pence was
the old
was
2
the
bob
unit
coin. The 10p was a florin, wasn't it? So it's 2 bob.
Oh god, there's all this. It's like, why did they make it?
I know.
Randomly picked 5 pence.
They want to go
How
back
much is
to
that? Well, it's five pences.
Yeah.
Rather than 10.
It's like, why would you want to go back? It's like,
it's just twats. Is the right word.
Exactly. Well,
folks,
folks,
twats they are.
We'll wrap up for the night and let you all get on and do your thing. We'll be back on Sunday, 12:30 with an At the Bench with me and Dave on this channel. And then I'll be back with Fox for Warhammer Sunday about 4, 5 o'clock, thereabout.
Let's say 5.
Yeah.
Unless Mama Fox throws a spanner in the works, about 5 o'clock.
Yeah, so we'll see you all for that. And then we've got an E-Models coming up, haven't we, on Monday.
Yep.
And then I'll be back again Wednesday for the E-Model stream.
You'll be back on Wednesday. I'll be back tomorrow. Well, actually now, today.
Yeah.
I'll be back this afternoon, about 5 o'clock for Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk, isn't it? Cyberpunk Saturday, isn't it? Yeah.
We shall meet Johnny Silverhand.
Oh.
Or, as you like to call him, Keanu Reeves.
Legend.
Because it's Keanu Reeves that plays him, and it looks like Keanu Reeves, so it's basically Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
So we shall today, again, as long as Mum Fox doesn't throw a spanner in the works, we shall be meeting Johnny Silverhand today.
Not a problem, mate. Well,
we've not quite got to the wandering around the open world bit yet, which will be the next 6 months.
yeah. Dorkosaurus says, bye, everyone. It's been good to hang out with it. No problem, mate.
Just quickly to Rabbit, he says, I'd love an ABC Warrior kit. There actually is one, but I can't remember who makes it or whether it's even available.
Oh, nice.
I've seen people... It might be a resin kit that somebody made. I don't know. But I've seen people build ABC Warrior kits. I've seen them in person, so they are around. Big
Absolutely. No, it's always our pleasure to hang out you guys and girls in the chat as well. It's as nice for us to hang out with you lot as it is for you lot to hang out with us. We couldn't do it without you.
No? Well, we could, but it wouldn't be anywhere near as fun.
Absolutely.
Or profitable.
Exactly. And and don't forget, if you'd like to help support us, you can on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or click the join button to become a channel member. And you can do the same for Fox over at patreon.com/modelmakingguru, or click the join button on his content. You'll get access to the
join button. I can sit him back so you can actually see him in all his glory properly.
You'll get access to the Zoom 24/7 hangout where you can come and meet everyone. Chillax.
Chillax now. And don't forget, of course, hello, Mama Fox. I hope you had a nice holiday. Bye.
Like and subscribe.
Worst bloody voicemail message ever, that was.
And until then, folks, we will see you later on today for Fox. And I'll see you on Sunday with Dave and then with Fox in your afternoon, folks.
Aye.
For now.
Adios, amigos.